This is worse. Maybe like this? What's up, chat? Doesn't have F keys. I can click FN. Beats. Anyway, let me announce the stream on Discord. Let's wait for people to arrive. Let's wait for like a few minutes. There we go. Let's mix the top numbers. Yeah, but if I click this button, wait. If I click this button, I can switch to F keys, my guy. Let's see who's here. Pete's is here. By the way, tomorrow I'm taking attendance where I will write, like, ask your, like in class, I will ask, are you here? You have to say yes. Otherwise, I'll mark you down as absent. It's no joke, guys. And then we read volume 2, like, on Monday or something. What the hell-y? One second, guys. Pandemic movie. What are you talking about, Pete? Sacuite. I'll remember your name. I'll ask tomorrow if you're here. Finishing it today, finishing it tomorrow. Tomorrow I will take attendance, Strawberries. I have to be there. I'll mark you as absent. Okay, let me open the EPUB. Giving online class. Praise Tindu. I love praise, thank you. We left actually in the middle of a chapter last time. I can go back like a little bit, I guess. We are interviewing Hood Yugen and about to enter his head. Hello, masters. You better be here tomorrow, by the way. I will be taking attendance tomorrow. There we go. So it's not that serious. Just joking, but yeah. Okay, spiritual world. It opened 2 of them. What the hell? No, it actually opened like 10 of them. Interesting. Okay, all of them are closed. There we go. What did I say yesterday? I did not say masters. Sac-cute. Did I say it wrong? Am I feeling better? I'm feeling better, thank you. It didn't show up? Why, Fanber? Like for 3 hours? Yeah, we can do like... How many chapters can I do in 3 hours? 10 chapters? Maybe 11? Okay, let's go. Let me move Discord here as well, just in case I can like snipe someone. And then also I need to take this as well, to run ads. between chapters. This is the EBUB with images. This is the one with images because this is 160 megabytes. Name change? What do you mean? Also, thank you, Sakute, for the image one. There hasn't been that many images though. We saw this, the sun charm. That was cool. We saw force. Okay, we're gonna start in a minute. I've been yapping for 10 minutes. File name change? Oh, really? It's called Lord of Mysteries EPUB. Yeah. Maybe I changed the name? I don't remember. We read the last page yesterday, or not yesterday, there was Christmas, also happy Christmas. We read the last page, or this page last time, but I had to leave. Okay. Spiritual world. Waiting for a cake. Yeah, Hugen said he's waiting for a cake. That really wasn't the answer that I was expecting. Of course, if I was able to anticipate the answer of a mental patient, I'm not recording. Great start. Waiting for cake? That really wasn't an answer that I was expecting. Of course, if I was able to anticipate the answer of a mental patient, wouldn't that mean that I was almost there myself? The thought flashed through Klein's mind. He maintained his relaxed smile as if he was chatting with a friend. Who's going to send you a cake? Hudyugen's expression fell instantly, his face long and depressed. It's Lanevus. No, there's no cake! There's no cake! You stole my cake! His voice suddenly became shrill as he glared angrily at Klein. Without waiting for Klein to speak, he let out a shout and opened his mouth, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Of course, there should be 2 rows. Following which he leaped from his mattress while salivating. Ugh. He closed in on Klein with one step and extended his hands, attempting to grab onto Klein's shoulder. He wanted to drag Klein toward him and bite him. Despite the sudden attack, Klein reacted quickly. Despite appearing a little flustered, he instantly bent his knee and squatted. Damn, clown potion paying off, by the way. At the same time, he tilted his body on the side and raised his left arm. Like, okay, so he instantly bent his knee and squatted, so like this. At the same time, he tilted his body to the side and raised his left arm, like boom, right? Like that. Oof. His shoulder slammed to Hudyugen's abdomen, causing Hood's eyes to turn white and drool a drip from his mouth. But Hudyugen didn't stop moving. He allowed the momentum to carry him down as he opened his arms in an attempt to pull Klein into a bear hug. Okay. Klein tilted his body to the side and rolled over, like... His movements were smooth as though he had practiced this hundreds of times. He pushed against the ground with his right hand and stood up with a somersault. Holy shit! What a Chad! He decided to go on the offensive and charged forward to restrain his opponent. Like, he charged like this, running towards Hudyugen and then, you know, restrained him. But at that moment, Hudyugen only stood there blankly, his eyes losing focus, becoming awakened and lost. Klein froze for a moment. He turned his head towards the corner of the room, only to see Don Smith wearing a black trench coat and matching hat with his hand clasped tightly together and looking down. The captain has dragged Hudyugen into a dream. Upon realizing this, he stopped the subsequent attack and took his opportunity to take out the silver ritual dagger that won't harm anyone. He used it to create a wall of spirituality which shielded the ward. Klein then took out 3 candles infused with mint and placed them on the window in a triangular formation. One candle signified the Evernight goddess, another one the mother of concealment, and the last represented himself. Soon after he set up a simple altar, he used his spirituality to ignite the candles. Oh wow, okay. Just as he was about to warn the captain, Don raised his head and smiled. Hudyugen dreams are a sea of chaos. There's no way to guide it. Just as he finished his sentence, a luster returned to Hudyugen's eyes. It was no longer awakened. Then the insane psychiatrist moved his waist, letting out a comfortable yawn. Klein was momentarily at loss here, so he remained quiet. He picked up a metal bottle containing the Amantha extract. What the fuck is an Amantha, by the way? Is it a name or what? You're late? No, I was like running like this, you know, acting out the fight, dude. You missed it. He dripped the transparent liquid extracted from the night vanilla, slumber flower, and chamomile into the flames with the candle representing himself, allowing the serene aroma to spread around the room. Also, classic YouTube not notifying him. Shut up, man. Hudiuken's nervousness, anger, and relief completely vanished. He languidly sat down again on the edge of his bed and looked out the crimson moon outside the window in a daze. His eyes once again lost their focus as peace was restored. Klein also felt the peace that came with the night. He set a month extra down and sat beside Hudiuken. He wanted to find something to break down Hood's last line of defense. Only with the removal of the last line of defense could he use the Eye of the Spirit medication to make Hudiuken's soul slip into a turbid state. After all, I'm not a professional spirit medium. He had already thought of an idea before coming. He fished out a set of tarot cards from his pocket. Nice. The set of cards only had 22 major arcana. Just as many seats. I wanna see all the 22. I think when we looked it up, there was like 15 or something. It was easy to carry around. It was a weapon the client had successfully applied for. Each of the cards was lined with metal threads made from pure silver. Each of them was able to kill undead beings. The patterns were complicated and gorgeous, making Klein feel they were a collector's item not used against enemies. Klein got the deck with one hand and smiled at Hudiuken. Let's play some card games. Cards? Hudiuken retracted his gaze from outside the window as he repeated the term in a daze. Interesting, this is a lot different than it was in the donghua, by the way. In the donghua it was more like, I don't know, different. Remember? Cards? Hudiuken, yeah. Klein didn't answer, placing the deck of tarot cards into Hood's palm with a sincerity that could not be rejected. Hudiuken mimicked Klein's actions, trying his hardest to cut the deck with one hand to some success. Oh my god, why? The attention of the mental patient was slowly drawn to the hard yet flexible, beautifully textured cards in his hand. He flipped over the first card. It was the picture of a man in tattered clothes with his hands tied. A hanging man. He was hanging by his legs with a faint hollow at his head. Ooh, this is interesting, man. This is like symbolism as well, right? Let's see if we can spot some like foreshadowing or something. We know what's gonna happen with Hudiuken, but maybe there's some foreshadowing for Klein here. I mean, Klein is gonna go die, but we'll see. The hanged man, Klein nodded in thought. He took an opportunity to grab the Eye of the Spirit medicine, dripping the amber liquid onto the candle flame, still the one representing himself. Alcoholic fragrance spread forth, including an intoxicated feeling to anyone who took a whiff of it. Really? That's a cheat code for getting drunk fast. Hudiuken spaced out bit by bit, his vision losing its focus. The deck of tarot cards in his hand fell into the bed, but he remained sitting upright without slumping over. Jeez, he's better than me at keeping a posture. Aindu fell asleep. Wait, what? What do you mean? Klein used cogitation to fight back against the medicine's dreamy effects of turning light-headed and ethereal. He took out another metal bottle from his pocket and twisted the cap open before pouring the blue liquid into his mouth. Serenity agent. Oh, we got from the Chinese gate. The ice cold liquid flowed through his throat, down his gullet, into his stomach. Klein instantly felt unusually awake, without any sense of drowsiness. Oh, it's like a doping, kinda. He slowly exhaled and familiarly took out the other essential oil extracts and herb powders, dripping them onto the two candles signifying the Evernight Goddess. Huh. I see. The faint fog, so basically he's gonna be fully in control and Hudiuken is gonna be like, right? So we can read his mind. Can you guys type slower so I can also read? The faint fog, he took 2 steps back and solemnly murmured in Hermes, I pray for the power of Dark Knight. I pray for the power of the mystery. Ooh, Lord of Mysteries. Ooh. I pray for the goddess's loving grace. I pray that you will allow me to communicate with the spirituality of the Beyonder beside me, Hood Eugen. The incantations reverberated around the room, and Klein saw the flames of the candle, now dyed black, spread outward. He didn't avoid them, nor did he guard against them. He allowed the dark night to envelop him. In his unusually lucid state, he felt his spirit leave the protection of his body, enter a skin. It's like kinda like when he prayed to himself, or is it like different? A space akin to deep space. All around him was boundless, silent darkness. The sky above him was filled with countless indescribable, transparent figures. Yeah, there are also streaks of different colors, lustrous splendors that harbored infinite knowledge. The spirit world, exactly. Lion was no longer a stranger to this. I wanna like see how that feels like. By the way, like it must feel good. It must feel like a drug, right? Just as he had his thought, a foggy world appeared before him. It was world enveloped by a faint tornado of light. Ooh. Klein knew it represented Hood Eugen's spirit that represented his body of heart and mind. Thus he leaned over, seeing into the wall that was the tornado. In an instant he saw countless specks of light pelting him. He heard the voices of thousands of people discussing something in whispers. Ooh, wait, if you're a psychiatrist, like that's like a sequence 7 of Spectator, right? That means you're gonna hear every single voice everywhere. No wonder he went fucking insane, by the way. He was not built for the Spectator potion. And that's why I also think Susie is gonna die. Because Dog is not built for this, right? Just realized stream was on? What do you mean? What, Fanbird? That's what you meant when you said I fell asleep. That's crazy. I'm here yapping. The murmurings were very chaotic and lacked any sense of logic. It's literally like schizo, right? Some included phrases for elegance of some lady. Ooh. Then it turned to description of the feeling of relief after using the toilet. Ew. Some started as a weep, then turned to frenzied joy. The insane thoughts latched on and gnawed at Klein's spirit in a bid to assimilate him. But Klein maintained his lucidity and rationality because of the agent, right, that he drank. I don't want Susie to die either, man, but I think that's what's gonna happen. I feel like if... I think it's gonna be a canon event for Audrey. Do you know why? I think Audrey's gonna try to feed Susie sequence 8 potion, and Susie's gonna slowly like go insane, and that will make like Audrey change completely, and that's gonna be a canon event for her. You know what I mean? YouTube is acting up because because AI has ruined programming, and there's like so many fucking little, you know, issues with AI slop in code these days. Anyway, his thoughts latched on and gnawed at Klein's spirit in a bid to assimilate him, but Klein maintained his lucidity and rationality, quickly flying toward Hood Eugen, spiritual world. It's like a pleasant concert compared to the horrifying murmurings and howls I hear when entering the world above the grey fog. Klein smiled secretly. Why? And made his way through the tornado. He saw a groggy... Why would you smile secretly? Like, who's gonna find out your smile, Klein? He saw a groggy, translucent Hood Eugen. I would go insane too if it was him, by the way. This sequence 7 psychiatrist maintained the same state as he was in the outside world. He looked over with a dazed expression. Klein stopped before him and asked softly, "Do you know Ranevus?" Hood Eugen replied blankly, "Yes." The light around them underwent a transformation as if Hood Eugen was revealing his quote-unquote spiritual sea. Quickly the intertwining light revealed a spectacle, average-looking man who wore a sarcastic smile. It was the same Ranevus whom Klein had seen in the arrest warrants. Klein nodded in satisfaction and collected himself. He asked a guided question. "Why did Ranevus look for you?" He said. Hood Eugen's voice slowly turned soft. Suddenly it changed into a more charismatic voice and laughed a little manically. Hood Eugen is the... Horyugen is the worst of times, also the best of times. As long as you seize the opportunity, we can become the rulers of this world. We can become true immortals. Ooh, like cultivation. Horyugen, as long as you're willing to help, I'll not only tell you the way of your way to master your potion and avoid losing control. This is like Lanevus. I think Horyugen is monologuing what Lanevus told him, right? I also promise that you'll receive godhood qualities in the future, immortal godhood qualities. You shall be able to see the present behind me. My promise is his promise. In some sense, the psychology alchemists are connected to him. By him, he means the true creator? Or Lanevus? I guess the true creator. No, do not doubt, the psychology alchemists aren't strong enough at this, because I think this is like what Lanevus was telling Horyugen. Alchemists aren't strong enough at the moment. It is unable to provide you with enough help unless you're willing to stay at this level for the rest of your life. The method to grasp your potion without losing control. Acting method, of course. Why does it sound like how I enticed others with that acting method? Lanevus sure has lofty ambitions. Also, yes, Swindler. I haven't got the whiteboard yet because it comes in like 10 business days and it was Christmas, so... So I think it's gonna come when the volume 2 starts, so like next week, hopefully. Do not doubt the psychology alchemist. Yeah. The method to grasp your potion without losing control. Why does it sound like how I enticed others with the quote-unquote acting method? Anna was sure has a lofty ambitions. He only a sequence 8, yet he started talking about manipulating godhood qualities. Because, like, I think he's doing this to get people on his side, right? It's only sequence 8 is really talking about manipulating godhood qualities, just what hidden presence is backing him. This guy seems to be plotting something which isn't solely to cheat people of their money. Or, I mean, him swindling 10,000 pounds was just him acting, right? Or could running scams just be his hobby? Klein had many thoughts as he listened on. When Horyugen stopped talking, he quickly pressed on. What kind of assistance did Lanevus want you to provide? Horyugen didn't answer immediately. His spiritual world turned silent. The whiteboard, I'm not buying from China this time. There will be a break after volume 1. There will be one stream after volume 1 that I will take like a trivia or like an exam on volume 1. And that's it. They're gonna be like maximum like 1 week break maybe. Exactly, exam, yeah. Or we can start volume 2 on Tuesday or something. He then broke out into laughter. He replied irritably, help, help, help. I provided help. I provided help. I made... His words came to an abrupt halt as his blurry soul contorted. The light and darkness of the surroundings which represented the spiritual sea quickly turned incorporeal, forming a sinister, scary talk. Oh, the altar! This is the altar we also had in donghua. On top of the altar was a cross. There seemed to be something hanging on the cross, as well as things that appeared indescribable pile at the bottom. The light and darkness altered, and as the hanging item was about to become clearer, the entire spiritual world shook as he was experiencing a magnitude 10 earthquake. That's impossible, by the way. Isn't magnitude 10 earthquake like world ending? Holy shit, kind of the premonition that something dangerous was about to happen. Without thinking, he turned and flew toward the chaotic tornado of thoughts in an attempt to escape. Oh my god, things are going down, dude. Hello, Hopeland, how are you doing? Hi, Becca, how are you doing? Can you say 12 months in Estonian? Yeah, cocks taste good. Anyway. Great chapter. This was a little bit different from Horyugen. I like how Lanevus was like monologuing through Horyugen, or Horyugen was like talking like Lanevus was talking. And I never actually realized this until reading the novel, but him doing the 10,000 pounds is literally like him acting as a swindler. I don't know why it took me so long to realize. I think it was like 60 chapters ago or whatever I first realized when Lanevus was first mentioned. Yeah, 12 months in Estonian is cocks taste good, yeah. That's true, like, I can show you right now.
kaksteist kuud.
Add. 186 now. The handsome captain. No, what the why is Dunsmith suddenly getting a compliment? That's weird. Let's check how many subscribers I have on Bilibili, guys. $1,828. Wow, that's a lot. Anyway, let's go. 186. Countless rays of brilliance drowned Klein as ravings of 1 million people filled his ears. Oh, because of him being schizo and hearing everyone. However, Klein thought of nothing of it. His ability as a clown told him that his spirit was being a black shadow that was rapidly expanding. His spirit was being engulfed by a black shadow, so he's completely losing control here, right? The black shadow was a huge cross, and there seemed to be a person hanging upside down on it. Gotcha! The chaotic tornado of thoughts unleashed its load outward and turned uniform. Hudyugen's spiritual world disintegrated bit by bit. Klein noticed that he had exceeded his fastest flying speed from his previous trial. His soul had become significantly stronger after he briefly mixed with some of the strength from the mysterious space above the grey fog. Nice. Just as the cross's shadow was about to engulf him entirely, he dashed out of the blurry world and felt his body. He familiarly stimulated the descent, and Hudyugen's long, skinny face and messy blonde hair instantly appeared in his vision. He was quite handsome in his head, right? Like it wasn't like his beard was cut and stuff. Along with 3 candles that were burning at the window ledge. He had managed to get out the mediumship state in time. In that instant he saw black scales growing one after another on Hudyugen's face. His vacant pupils turned into slits, becoming extremely cool and ruthless. I think cool, I mean in cold here, right? Oh shit, it's going to lose control. Klein pupils constricted, and before he could react he saw a figure in a knee-length black trench coat. Oh, it's done. And silk top hat take 2 huge strides before Hudyugen, and then raised the revolver and pushed it against the man's head. Oh my, that's so aura, by the way. That's so fucking aura. Like, against his head, and then boom, 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 boom. Dunsmith fired 5 bullets consecutively. Hudyugen's head suddenly blew up, like a watermelon falling down from a height. The red and white rainstorms splattered across each and every corner of the room. He had taken care of Hudyugen before he lost control completely. Aura. Klein, who was 50 centimeters away, was covered in blood and dirt. He looked at Dunsmith in daze, only having the feeling the captain was very handsome in that moment. That's a crazy thing to think, by the way. The captain is very handsome, by the way. As long as you ignore his memory problems, why would you have to mention that? That was so unnecessary. And his receding hairline, which for some reason is a problem as well. The captain is very trustworthy. He complimented sincerely from the bottom of his heart. Then an accident happened. Dunn put away his revolver and watched Hudyugen mostly headless body slowly fall to the floor. I mean, I feel a little bit bad for Hudyugen, right? He went insane. He was promised fake shit from Lanevus. He was still a bad guy, right? He knew what he was getting into was wrong, but he still went into it. So like, you can't really feel that bad for him. Just as Klein was about to organize his words, he saw that the body had become a pile of bloody flesh within a few seconds, and the asylum uniform that covered it appeared to have its most basic structure damaged. Hudyugen's corpse was left with a very few complete items. There were dozens of scales twinkling with a black shimmer, and his heart that had turned crystalline and faint blue. The heart had magical luster like a diamond refracting incoming light. It could calm someone down to make them restless. It could create tension or develop chaos. Other than that, there was nothing notable. Um, Interesting. Can we use these as ingredients? Because that's the case, right? This item should be controllable. After Don holstered his revolver and took out the black glove and wore it on his right hand, he then squatted down to pick up the crystalline heart. Controllable item. According to what the captain previously mentioned, it could be used as the main ingredient for formula of Psychon 7 psychiatrist, but it will lead to that once beyond losing control even more easily. Oh, okay. Klein took his handkerchief to wipe the blood from his face and body, then picked up his specially made tarot cards and cleaned their surfaces. He looked at the ground and asked curiously, what kind of items will these black scales be considered as? Well, okay. We need these items. I'm guessing they're really rare to come by because people have to lose control for it first, right? You're saying volume 1 is best, Immortal? Whoa. People usually say the more deep you go into volumes, the better it gets, right? So like volume 8 is the best, volume 7 is second best, so on, so on. Opposite? These are ingredients that are contaminated with beyond their power. They could be made into items that have long-lasting effects. For example, our demon hunting bullets. Oh, so they can be ingredients or items. Ability to ensure dead spirits or monsters will decrease drastically as soon as they pass the 3 months mark, leaving only a tiny portion of demon hunting characteristics in the remnant materials. If the material is used for something like the black scales, the effective period will be as long as a year or two, and the effects will be even better. Of course, due to its characteristics, the black scales are obviously not suitable to made into demon hunting bullets, Dunn explained, as he took a piece of paper from Klein to wrap up the blue heart and black scales. It's just like materials we use supplementary ingredients for the potions, Klein asked. Dunn stood back up and nodded slightly. I see. Yes, someone loses control will really become a monster, Klein sighed. True. I mean, like, yeah, I mean, also, I think we're gonna see someone in the future lose control that we really like I said, Susie, right? I just don't want it to happen, but I think it's gonna happen. Or someone from the, like, imagine someone from a tarot club, like Olga losing control, and then, you know, Nine has to, like, kill Olga, like, oh, it's gonna be so fucking sad, no! Someone who loses control will really become a monster, Klein sighed. He seized the opportunity while the room was still sealed. This seems like foreshadowing, by the way. I'm just like, I don't know. I'm just guessing. But the wall of spirituality quickly described this counter in Eugen's mind. When I was communicating with Hood Eugen's spirit, I saw a figure like the true creator in his mind, but it was different from the mainstream ones. It wasn't the chain-bound hanged giant, nor it was the eye behind the shadow curtains. Instead, it was similar to the one you saw in Hannah's Vincent dream. Low-key looks like the Hanging Man, by the way. Hannah Swinson was a member of the Aurora Order, as Melissa's friend Selena had peeked at his incantations and completed the magic mirror divination. It led to the Nighthawk's investigation on him. Don Smith saw something close to the true creator in his dream, but it was a different image than the mainstream image that was widely circulated. In the end, the result was an injury and a strange death. When Hood Eugen flipped over the tarot card of the Hanged Man, Klein had actually already expected it. They never thought it would be presented in such a way. Of course, it was only indeed indirect contact. It wouldn't be compared to the time he had spied on the opposing sun directly. The worst outcome was just mild injury or mild corruption. Oof. Interesting. Oof. I don't like. Tarot clubs was made by. I don't get this. Tarot cards was introduced to this world from Roselle, but all the gods, or most of the gods so far, you can like compare it to tarot cards. Like death, for example, there's a death tarot card. There's a death god. There's a hanged man tarot card. There's the true creator. I wonder if the fool in the future like will signify Klein who's gonna be, I don't know, like sequence 1 fool, if that's the case, if sequence 1 is called fool. I have a few theories about sequence 1 in Lord of Mysteries for Seer. One of my theories is sequence 1 is called Lord of Mysteries. Another theory is sequence 1 is called the Fool, right? So does that mean that sequence 1 of Spectator is called Justice? But then again, maybe not, because the Hanged Man and True Creator are named differently. Maybe in ancient languages? But your theories, yeah. Wait, what do you mean tag the message? Oh, Discord. Discord is pinned. Anyway. Let's continue. Interesting. You listen to clients. Wait, what? As he listened to Klein's description, Dunn's expression became solemn. He knitted his eyebrows and said with a deep voice, "A huge cross, black nails, naked man, covered in blood, hanging upside down. I didn't see it clearly. That's also the reason why I'm not injured. I only noticed a huge cross figure, similar to man being hung upside down," Klein replied tactfully. At that moment, all he cared about was quote-unquote fleeing. Seemingly in thought, Dunn nodded and said, "Lana's visit to Hoodeugen was related to the True Creator, so the Aurora Order is involved." Yup. Klein quickly repeated the conversation he had during the communication. Lana was tempted Hoodeugen with the acting method and so-called immortal godhood, but I don't understand why he said it was the worst of times and also the best of times, whereas the way that he speaks as a swindler. Imagine the summoning of True Creator was a big ass scam, so Lanavus can advance. To help Hoodeugen provide involved a sinister and dark altar. I suspected Lana was exploding something terrifying. Interesting. I have a chill down my spine right now. I don't know why. Then his heart stirred as he spoke. "Captain, remember the letter written to Mr. Zed? The member of the Aurora Order who I killed carried." Oh, serious, yeah. He mentioned in the letter that he was waiting for an appropriate opportunity, something with the arrival of the end of days. He will offer all the lambs in Tingen to be so-called God. Will this be related to the Lanavos plot? Yep. Could Lanavos be that Mr. Zed from Aurora Order? Ooh, I never thought about that. Interesting. Your username, how are you? How are you? How are you? Don Smith thought carefully and said, "I don't think so. Lanavos couldn't be Mr. Said, otherwise he won't be setting up fake steelworks." Exactly. Company will scam people with while the Aurora Order was up to something. It will introduce too many variables in his main mission. If anything went wrong with the scam, he will draw the attention of the police and us. He would have to run away from Tingen and abandon his plan. Of course, if he was just insane, it will be perfectly normal for him to act illogically. I mean, it's all set up by ints, so like, it could be like illogical anyway. But judging from the scam they set up, the calmness and cunningness which he swept away the money doesn't make him look like the real lunatic. So I don't think it's Mr. Said from the Aurora Order. Of course, he might really be involved in the matter as mentioned in the letter, the one offering all the lambs in Tingen, the so-called god. Upon saying that, Dunn paused, then paced back and forth. He said, "This incident might have quite severe repercussions. We have to reinvestigate Lanavos and get some clues. Let's clean up the scene and cover up any evidence here. Let everyone know that Hoodeugen died, but leave no clue to who killed him." Yeah, because you don't want to piss off the alchemist, psychological alchemist. Clean up the scene and cover up the evidence here. Let everyone know that Hoodeugen died, but leave no clue as who killed him. They should lead to action by the psychology alchemist. Other beyonders that are paying attention to the asylum. They might know something. This Lanavos scam is either still in the hands of the police department or transferred to the mandated punishers. We'll join the investigations by saying that we obtained clues while investigating the Aurora Order. Then we'll work together with the mandated punisher and the machinery high mind. We'll concentrate the forces in Tingen and investigate everything and anyone associated with Lanavos. We can request assistance from the backland diocese and the holy cathedral if it's necessary. After that, Dunn turned his head sideways and looked at Klein. He ruminated and said, "Do you have anything that you'd like to add?" "Captain, you basically did it all." Klein shook his head solemnly. "No." Yeah, I will write that theory down later. I mean, that's been the full part, at least, has been ongoing theory, right? But it makes more sense now, and maybe the names also, like the Hanged Man and the True Trader, are definitely like connected to the Tarot Club. So is the Sun and the Sun. Justice, maybe Spectator Sequence 1, of course. Death is Sequence 1 of Corpse Collector Pathway, you know. So Fool might be Sequence 1 of Seer Pathway then, maybe. If there's a connection like that, right? He hurriedly used ritualistic magic to remove some of the necessary traces with the aid of the simple altar that he had yet to clear in order to ensure that no one would be able to tell that they were the ones who killed Hudyugen. Then he put away his ingredients, blew out the candles, removed a wall of spirituality, and left the ward in silence with Dunn Smith. They left the asylum by climbing over its walls. "Go back and rest." Dunn stood at a corner without a street lamp. He pressed his black silk hat and said that there are many things that only be done tomorrow. Alright, Klein wasn't the sleepless who only slept 2 or 3 hours a day. He immediately bade farewell to the captain and took the Nighthawk's dedicated carriage that was waiting nearby and returned to Daffodil Street. Before he entered the carriage, he turned back to take a glance. He saw the captain still standing in dark, which even the moonlight couldn't touch. He appeared to be thinking in silence. The streets were quiet and void of people before dawn. The carriage tore through the streets, sometimes going straight, sometimes taking turns. Klein was pondering about Lanevus when suddenly he felt as if he was in trance. Void of people because it's nighttime. Yeah, the assassinate Hudyugen at night. He saw the color before his eyes became saturated. The reds became redder and the blacks became blacker, just like Impressionists' oil painting. Why is bro fucking like losing consciousness right now? The surroundings slowed down and the carriage seemed to enter a strange world. Klein clapped his fairing sun charm and threw his revolver. Just then a huge white bony palm. Sharon? Just then a huge white bony. Oh, bony, like skinny. Palm extended through the carriage window and threw away a neatly folded letter. Then the palm pulled back and vanished. The oil painting like scene suddenly returned to normal while the carriage was still driving along the street steadily. "It's really about in the method." Klein looked at the letter by the side of his foot as the corner of his lips switched. Oh, is it Osik's answer? Bye, Immortal. Osik's warning, yeah. That was scary, dude. Holy shit. Anyway, so Lanevus, I guess soon as well, the Sharon plot is gonna continue. I remember it, of course, with donghua as well, and then we're gonna find out Dunn is eating his friends. We're gonna lose, what was his name? Kenley? I forgot Kenley died, so that's gonna be traumatic. Also, we haven't been in Backland for a very long time. I wonder if we're gonna go soon, right? So yeah, let's go. 187. Daddy Osik. Where is Alma? I miss Alma. The biggest like Osik laser. She was here, or he, for many streams, but now they disappeared. I don't know. I'm gonna run an ad. Username, are you here? Kenley's gonna die soon, I mean. Did you see my Bilibili? I know you're a Bilibili user. 1,000 followers. Let's refresh. 1,030 followers. I spoke Chinese. What if a white boy speaks some Chinese, huh? Probably username just had an ad and couldn't see me. Anyway, let's continue. Don't stare like that. What do you mean don't oh, this is my stream. Do you mean here? Did I stare? Yeah, how? I have launched my own Bilibili now. Thank you so much. Okay. Whatever. Let's go. Rare is rage baiting about how I think. Osik's warning. The actions of the messenger shocked Klein for a full 5 seconds before he recovered. He bent over and picked up the letter. Even if Mr. Osik is unable to use a good portion of his abilities as a Beyonder because of his memory loss, being able to send such a messenger should make him powerful enough to deal with the sequence 7 or 6. 7 or 6! A Beyonder. His heart reflected. He's shocked. I do think Osik is gonna be the one that's gonna take care of QILANGOS though, and I think that's how Osik is gonna join the Direct Club. His heart reflected his shocked and envious expression. He didn't unfold the letter immediately. Instead, he placed the letter into his pocket together with slumber charms. The carriage continued forward when Klein exited the carriage at Daffodil Street. He instinctively looked at the driver, Cesar. Oh, it's Caesar. Caesar was missing with donghua, by the way, civilian staff of Nighthawks. To see his relaxed smile, see if he hadn't noticed anything unusual that had happened. Klein nodded and returned home after observing Cesar with his spirit vision. He looked at the balcony and pipes on the second floor and pondered for a few seconds. He's gonna climb the pipes again. Like, why can't he tell his sister? Like, oh, I was just out, like, I had business. I decided to maintain his gentlemanly behavior and not attempt to scale the pipe back into his room. As for his stained clothes, he could take them to Blackthorn Security Company tomorrow and get a professional to wash them with the police department. That will prevent his clothes from shocking his maid Bella and his sister Melissa. I guess too dangerous, right? Klein had removed the reverse lock in the door before he leaped out the window from the second floor. He took advantage of the fact that it was late at night and quietly opened the door to his house, deftly making his way in. Oh my god, imagine like Melissa sitting on the couch and then when Klein comes in, Melissa is like, well, Klein, where have you been? After closing and locking the main door, he breathed a sigh of relief. He ended up the second floor with hushed footsteps. Stopping before his locked bedroom, Klein took out a tarot card calmly. He inserted it into the slit of the door and lightly pulled, easily breaking the specialized lock he designed himself. Ooh, smart. Then he entered the room, locked the door, and removed his clothes before fully relaxed. It sure feels like being a thief. Klein laughed as he shook his head. He calmly took out his revolver and placed it under the pillow. After he was finished with all of that, he lit up the gas lamp and sat in front of his desk. He took out a letter and began reading seriously. I'm sorry for replying only... Osik, right? Yeah. I am sorry for replying only now. I've been busy searching for traces of my past. I've also been meeting up with former teachers and students, and those drag on late into the night. Finally understand that the encounters that I've had over the past 2 years after reading your letter. The police searched every room in the hotel that I'm staying at. There was a person who secretly snooped around in the hotel at night. Yes, I'm talking about the person with beyonder powers. So Vice Admiral QILANGOS, who's a frequent character in novels and newspapers, has been in Florida background, has gone on quite a killing spree. I remember that he's not only wanted by the Loan Kingdom, he's also the bounty list of Phasok Empire, the Indus Republic, and the Feina Potter Kingdom. So who's his target? He wants an item, but who has it? Maybe it's some rich guy in backland. So how much is the bounty? Klein subconsciously wondered. He didn't get an answer because Osik got curious up mentioning something else. I find the abilities of Shepherd that you described quite familiar. It's as if I've seen it somewhere, but I can't remember where. It must have been an encounter from one of my past lives. Not being able to recall it makes me very frustrated. Heh, Mr. Osik is a little interested in Shepherd. I can use this to get him to help me. Ooh, there we go. my plot, what I made up in my head, is advancing. Yeah, this is sure is coincidental. No, this is not a coincidence, but inevitable. Yeah, this is not a coincidence. Wink, wink. It is actually not. It can be inferred that Mr. Isaac has lived for over 1,000 years and is most likely a high sequence beyonder. Gilf, by the way. Then he would most likely have encountered the power of many different beyonders in his earlier lives. He would also have deeper impressions of those that were more unique. In other words, it isn't only the shepherd that would give him feelings of familiarity, but jobs such as unshadowed demon hunter. Oh, demon hunter sounds so fucking cool. Or guardian that will do as well. Wait, demon hunter and guardian, did I write them down? I think so, right? Let me check. Thrive. Should we learn Hermes? That's a nerdy thing to do, honestly, though. Oh, I don't have Guardian written down. I don't have Demon Hunter either. I don't have Demon Hunter written down either. Interesting. Was it mentioned what pathway they were part of, or no? Wait, Cuttlefish makes other cultivation novels? I didn't know that. Anyway, I'll copy it for now then. I'm pretty sure we fucking talked about Demon Hunter having so much aura, by the way. I can speak 3 languages. I can speak English, Estonian, and Russian. Как тебя зовут, chat? Я живу в Эстонии. Я 25 лет. Антон, а что? Антон, что? What's up, Akiba, by the way? Здравствуйте, Akiba. Я понимаю... Я понимаю очень плохо по-русски. И очень плохо. Anyway. Как тебя зовут? Anyway. It's highly likely that Mr. Isaac would find any mystical item that corresponds to a particular sequence's abilities familiar and have his interest piqued. That's something that can be imagined. I speak so good? Yeah, because I'm surrounded by Russians. That's why. Issued this case and continued to read the letter. I've long recalled some parts of the sacrificial ritual you asked about, probably because I have a deeper impression of them. Perhaps I was a priest in one of my more recent lifetimes. Oh. No, but you're always Isaac, though. You're always on the sleepless pathway, unless you're a priest as a profession. Not sleepless, sorry, corpse collector pathway. Unless you're a priest in profession, which makes more sense, right? For some reason, I thought like priest is a sequence. Anyway, I have to remind you and warn you that you have to be very cautious when using sacrificial rituals. You cannot entrust your safety to evil gods or hidden, mysterious existences. They do not have consciences like we do. I mean, he wants to do a ritual for himself, bro. Also, you have to possess a strong sense of right and wrong, but the evil god and devils often create seemingly harmless entities for themselves. My opinion is that you cannot sacrifice something whose presence you are not fully aware of. Otherwise, your soul could end up being the sacrificial item. Oh, interesting. It can go so wrong. In simpler terms, Vesak Empire is Russian inspired. That's so cool. I can't wait. In simple terms, evil gods and devils will take another form, disguising themselves as someone trustworthy. Just like an internet account that claims to be seemingly adorable chick might be controlled by a huge bloke. No! It's exposing me. Okay, I mean, I'm not pretending to be a chick, but yeah. You have to, I'm a demoness, by the way. You have to be cautious even if they're to meet offline after confirming the person's looks, as the person might just be a cross-dresser. That's even better, man. I'll be like, yeah, that's nice. Maintain disregard Asik's warning just because he was conducting the sacrificial ritual for himself. Not an approval. After Asik emphasized a few things he had to look out for, he quickly explained the sacrificial ritual he knew of. First, set up a ritual, choose the symbols based on which deity or unorthodox mysterious existence you are going to offer sacrifice to. Use the corresponding herbs and minerals of his or her domain. So what will be our minerals? We don't... The fool's minerals. Of course, you can also make them into holy oils, ointments, scents, and other items in advance. Symbols. Glenn froze for a moment. He realized that he, the fool, didn't belong to this era, didn't know what corresponding symbol was. Isn't the symbol just like the totem with the empty eye that is on your like chair? But no. He took a moment, quickly realizing the complex symbol on the back of his chair. Exactly! The ancient bronze table, it was made of pupilless eye, which represented concealment, and the partial contorted lines, which represented change. That should be my symbol, or more accurately, that is what symbolisms me in the world above the grey fog. My domain is much simpler than concealment change, good luck, but I cannot be too sure of that, so I'll have to try it out. Even if the symbol is wrong, as long as I get my honorary name right, the target of the sacrifice will point toward some other entity. The worst thing that could happen is that the ritual would fail. Of that I'm certain. Klein thought as he rubbed the surface of the paper as he formulated the plan in his heart. His eyes focused on the letter, once again reading the rest of the letter. Second, you need to be clear if the sacrifice needs to happen at a specific time. Then follow the process of normal ritual until you finish reciting the honorific names and incantations of the ritual. Hi Merlin. How are you doing? You must remember to use either Jotun Dragonese. Really? Lagonese can be used. Elvish or ancient Hermes. I mean, we can use Hermes and a little bit of Jotun, right? You must use the natural powers in these languages to establish a direct connection with the corresponding entity. You can assign the exact incantations to use, but it must include critical terms: pray, notice, offer, kingdom, gates, and open. Okay. Also, I can speak a little bit of Dragonese. Fosruda, I don't know, just ignore that. Finally, you must use materials that have certain spirituality qualities to create a connection with the natural powers of the incantation. This will allow you to construct a tunnel that connects to the gates of the kingdom where the corresponding entity resides. Interesting that like there's a lot of like symbolism with kingdoms. Like, does every god necessarily have to have a kingdom? Like, what if a god is homeless, you know? Its entity is interested in your sacrifice is complete. This step is absolute necessary. If you can make the corresponding entity very interested in your sacrifice, then he will open the gates to his quote-unquote kingdom for you. I think it's symbolic. For you after you finish reciting the incantations, establishing a stable tunnel on his own accord. Of course, this will open, unless like I was saying, like does every god have like an area like the Grey Fog? But then again, there was no mention of the Grey Fog for Rosell, and I mean Rosell wasn't a god, but Rosell was a fellow transmigrator. He hasn't mentioned that in his diary just yet, but I think he did have access to it. Finishing creating the incantation, establishing a stable tunnel to his own accord. Of course, this would often imply danger as the Orthodox result is directly friendly. Hidden gods rarely do this. Only evil gods or devils would reply to you directly when they achieve their goals. Interesting, because I guess the evil gods are more desperate. Materials that have spirituality are not cheap. I wonder if merely reciting the incantations will allow me to open a sacrificial tunnel similar to the Door of Summoning. Door summoning was so fucking cool when he tried to summon himself, by the way. I wonder if I could make use of the abilities of the world above the Grey Fog. Yes, I'll try that first and only get the materials with spirituality from the underground market. If I fail, do I need beyond the ingredients? It should be fine if it possesses a certain amount of spirituality, right? Klein thought about the 300 pounds lying around in his anonymous account. He also thought about the 10 plus pounds of savings that he had saved up. Yeah, he was like, you have to use that savings for somewhat. Oh, who's Mahir? Hello. Hello, Mahir, how are you doing? Beyond their materials were not completely identical to materials that possess spirituality. For example, the heart that Hood Yugen left behind was a beyond ingredient, while the back scales were a material possessing certain amounts of spirituality. The music stopped. Where is the music? We need the music. Baldur's Gate. Nah. This was fine. Let me just put it a little higher because I think it was low. If it's too loud, hit me up, guys. How many chapters? Until 200. After he finished reading Mr. Osik's letter, Klein rubbed his fingers together and ignited the flame of spirituality. He burned the paper to ash and threw it in the rubbish bin. Rubbish bin! It was already deep into the night and Klein was in no hurry to try the ritual. He intended to first make a plan and go through everything that he needed to take note of before putting it to practice. He had a vague understanding of his shortcomings long ago. He was cautious and rational when it came to things he made plans for, but once the events deviated from the original plans, he would easily consider only the good and disregard the bad when he was forced to be on his toes. Klein's toes. A simple description would be a rash action of his would easily cause him to court death. Exactly, like, it can go wrong. Klein expanded his palm to cover his face. Klein's toes mentioned. The next day, Don Smith, who had communicated with the mandated punishers and machinery hive mind, started to assign missions. And also received the assignment, he was tasked to investigate a number of people who had connections to Lanevus, but because of his succession and the policy of Nighthawks, he didn't have to be responsible for the people he had met previously. Of course, Klein continued with his combat lessons in the afternoon, nor did Don assign him the role of lead investigator. Okay, interesting. Oh, Backland! We're going back to Backland! Oh, also Osik knows about QILANGOS now. Are we gonna have like Olger and Osik versus QILANGOS gonna happen? I feel like Osik's gonna show up, dude. Backland, Hillston, Backland. I mean, guys, get ready, man. It's Backland. In a Hillston? That sounds like... Okay, it's a district, right? In a building with a horse stable and garden. QILANGOS, who had a unique wide chin, oh, Giga Chat, dude, and dark green eyes, looked at the unconscious man before him. Oh, another victim. He took off the man's clothes and wore them. Okay. He then literally walked in front of the dressing mirror. He wants to kill someone. He wants to probably kill some rich guy to get his items, and then he can become like the king of pirates, or one of them. Then leisurely walked in front of the dressing mirror and saw the black glove on his left hand twitch. Ooh, the creeping hunger. He saw the man contorted lines appearing on its back. A few seconds later, QILANGOS saw a thin wheel of light envelop his figure. His muscles, skin and bones began undergoing a strange transformation. Did he reach to... Did he do it? Is he gonna get sequence 4? Someone later, he transformed the unconscious man. Oh, he said, okay, so he's switching appearance because he can do that. Never mind. Sorry, I jumped the gun. Sometime later, he transformed into the unconscious man, completely identical in height, appearance, and demeanor. That's the problem, man. Yeah, that's the problem. That's why he's so hard to catch, because he can take form of anyone. I'm dead? Why are you dead? Lip Alice. Ball! I love balls. I mean the dances. The dance. Like the events, the dancing. Don't clip that. Okay, let me run an ad. Yeah, let's check how many followers on Bilibili, guys. Ready for the dopamine hit. It was 1030 last time. 33. I ran an ad. We're gonna get in a second, guys. I have 55 messages on Bilibili. What the fuck? Okay, ball. Allow the ball, like the dancing balls. Anyway. Yeah, cocks taste good. Sharp nose, thin eyebrows, slightly droopy cheeks, faint blue eyes. Chilangos examined himself in the mirror. He was certain he looked no different from the unconscious man, of course. After he rehearsed a few of the man's gestures, he bent down to drag the man off the ground and shoved him into the wardrobe. Ooh, I'm so excited, bro. I'm so excited. After he reversed, he then excited his right hand with an audible snap. He broke the man's neck. Holy fuck. Chilangos took out the handkerchief and wiped his hands before closing the wardrobe door. He slowly walked to the mirror, wore a black double-breasted rogue coat, tied bow tie, and raised a bottle of amber-colored cologne. He dripped a few drops on his wrist and tapped them over himself. Actually, when you use cologne, don't tap yourself because it gets rid of the smell, right? You should do like 1, 2, 3, 4 sprays, right? That's how you put cologne, right? Or like 6 sprays, depends on the cologne. Chilangos started his hair in front of the mirror, then he walked out the room. He clasped his hands and told his butler, ooh, so Thor, some like aristocrat, I guess. He killed an aristocrat. Don't let anyone enter my room. I'll keep something very important in here. Yes, Baron. Baron? Who did you fucking kill? The balding butler pressed his hand against the chest and bowed. Your carriage's personal servant is trading downstairs. Duke Negan's invitation card is there as well. Wait, he's going to Duke Negan's party. Isn't Duke Negan the fella who made like 10 million pounds profit last year or something? Is Chilangos gonna kill Duke Negan? Is that why he's going there? Maybe, or a person who's at Duke Negan's party. Maintaining the Baron mannerisms, Chilangos. Ooh, thank you, Kleinstoes. That's so nice of you. Thank you for the membership. Maintaining the Baron's mannerisms, Chilangos nodded indescribably. He walked toward the stairs in an arrogant manner under the company of his butler, the balding butler, by the way. A Baron who was riddled in debt to the point of not wanting to hire a normal security guard. Oh, it's that Baron has actually maintained his hiring of a butler, a valet, 2 footmen, 2 parlour maids, 4 chambermaids. How much do you need? 2 laundresses and 1 carriage driver, 1 coachman, 1 gardener, 1 chef and 1 sous chef. What the fuck? He's like some really big Baron. To these foolish nobles, dignity really is everything. Even if I had to waste some of my time to learn the strange pronunciation and so-called noble slang, Chilangos thought himself in disdain. Also, this is Chilangos POV. That's so good. Also, W Kleinstoes. Thank you so much. This is so like cool. We see Chilangos POV, man. Backland, Sherwood, Borough. So he killed a Baron to go to a party, I'm guessing a ball, hosted by Duke Negan. I'm not sure if the item is there or does he need to kill Duke Negan for it, but it's somehow related. I'm guessing maybe a person who's at the ball or Duke Negan himself, right? Negan himself, right? Find you memes? Yeah. I have to upload more emojis. I'm gonna upload more emojis, don't worry, guys. Backland, Sherwood, Borough in a particular cramped apartment. Oh, it's Audrey, right? And Force. Shio sat cross-legged on bed and looked forceful. Yes, he was reading a novel with the light from the window. This is so disappointing. Chilangos didn't have any clues behind. We still haven't figured out what he was trying to do in Backland. Also remember, Force has that like item 2 users left where he can go to the spirit world and like open a door. They had acted according to their initial plan and lodged a police report. Then they secretly sent a letter to the local police station and described the strange situation, the crime scene in detail. They also mentioned and suspected could be QILANGOS. The police station responded they had predicted the policemen were very careful and they transferred the case directly to mandated punishers. That's good. After a day's time, the news that Vice Admiral Hurricane had sneaked into background was widely spread among all quote-unquote enforcement teams. Shio and Force also left the place they originally rented and hid to investigate in secret. Okay. They didn't want to be brought back to the police station to help with the official investigation. The mandated punishers, Nighthawks and Machinery Highmind were all hostile towards non-official Beyonders. Searchers viewed them as potential criminals. Yeah, they're kinda like rogue cultivators, by the way. I'm like, I don't know why I like to rage bait with cultivation, but yeah, they are potential criminals. I mean, oppressed minority, the Beyonder. I'm joking. Hence, not only Shio and Force avoiding the possibility of QILANGOS' pursuit, but they were also hiding from the enforcement authorities. If you could discover his purpose so easily, QILANGOS would be buried in cemetery long ago, and the tombstone would be covered in weeds, Force replied casually. We need to wait patiently as long as the authorities continue to take this much interest in him. QILANGOS will definitely make a mistake. Yeah, sure, buddy. I got to say, I'm quite envious of a mystical item that can allow one to change appearances. Chio hugged her knees and looked out the window. Oh, she can do that because she's so short, by the way. I'm just worried that QILANGOS will take action soon and then flee from backland before anyone can respond. If that happens, I don't know when I'll be able to advance to sequence 8, let alone sequence 6 or sequence 5. She paused and muttered as her mind spaced out. I don't know when I'll be able to take back the things that belong to our family. It's almost been a year since I last saw my younger brother. Aww. Force gave a comfortable smile. When you fulfill your wishes, please allow me to write your experience in a story. It will definitely be an interesting and exciting one. Oh my god, Force, of course. Any gifters in chat, by the way? You can gift membership so that people can use my emotes. Just saying, you know. When you fulfill your wishes, please allow. Yeah. I actually find Miss Audrey very generous. Even if QILANGOS escapes, I think she'll reward us handsomely. Yeah, because, you know, Audrey basically has unlimited money. We've been busying ourselves for longer after all. We even caused QILANGOS to appear. I hope so. Why can't I have any fortuitous encounters? Shio grabbed her shoulder-length blonde hair. Force frowned and said, in the Beyonder world, fortuitous encounters are usually accompanied with danger. I have to figure out what the ravings I hear during the full moon mean. During the full moon? Oh my god, remember that the apprentice pathway is somehow connected to the moon, right? Is it like like a high sequence Beyonder became the moon, just like the sun? I guess that's symbolic, but still. Or if they will show the negative changes. Fruitless encounters without dangers may exist, but they are very, very rare. It's difficult for your wish to be fulfilled, unless we receive the favors from an orthodox deity or the attention of some friendly hidden existence. However, it will be hard for us to tell if it's really an evil god or the devil in disguise. I see. Chio sat straight and threw a crimson moon on her chest. May the goddess watch over me. Oh, it's a crimson moon. Oh my fucking! I'm so dumb. Like, guys, what do you know? What I thought for a second? I've completely forgot the crimson moon. I thought there was like a crimson moon and a normal moon. I don't know why. Fucking brain fart. Wait, you broke? No, I'm just joking, by the way. I'm just joking. You don't have to gift anything. Back to Duke Negan. Okay, let's go. QILANGOS POV now. Because obviously, like, the Crimson Moon represents the queen, you know, the lady. If you're homeless, just buy a home. Yeah. Like, why don't homeless people just buy a house? Rich people logic, probably. Duke Negan was in a mansion located in Backland, Empress Borough, where he was hosting a grand ball. Ooh, I like grand balls. Same joke again. But let's see here. Is Duke Negan gonna meet his end? Is QILANGOS gonna kill that guy? Isn't this guy like the biggest aristocrat in Backland? That's gonna make some problems, right? Yeah, just buy a house, dude. There are two bars of the mansion. One was dancing hall located on the ground floor, which was covered in hammer stone slabs carved with complicated patterns. Ooh. It was the Duke's excellent ensemble playing music in corner. Up the stairs there was a winding corridor that circled the hall located on the second floor. The guests were holding their classes, leaning against the railing, overlooking the people dancing on the ground floor as though they were enjoying a fencing match from the stands. Occasionally a gentleman would walk before a lady or his wife to invite him to dance. If the invitation was accepted, both of them would walk down the stairs hand in hand and enter the hall. Interesting. Whole like fucking floor for a ball, by the way. That's crazy. On the far side of the corridor there were doors at the doors. There were rooms that had been allocated to the guests as their resting quarters. But behind the French door, a French door? What's a French door? Like a door from France? Was a corridor. I have to look up French door, man. Why the French get their own door? What the fuck? Where's the Estonian door? A French door is a classic store. Oh, French actually do get their own door. Okay, interesting. We should just nuke France. I'm joking. It was a corridor, and both sides of the corridor were various gypsum statues. They're all ancestors of the Negan family. Ooh. At the end of the corridor was another hall which could see the ball. Long tables were covered with a variety of delicious food and fine wine. Another ensemble belonging to the Duke was playing relaxing melodies for the guests. I see. In the ball there were guests. So okay, I don't know if it's the right thing to say. I'm sorry if you're French. I'm sorry if you're French. Anyway, if I had the Death Note, all French people would be in the Death Note. But behind the French door was a corridor. Yeah. In the hall, the guests were gathering in groups. Some were seated and some stood around, chatting about all kinds of matters. Those who wished to get away from the frivolities for a while would go to the attached balconies to overlook the garden and enjoy the crimson moon in the sky. After participating in the opening dance, Audrey Hall stood on the second floor above the dancing hall. Oh, so Audrey is also here. QILANGOS is coming here as well, by the way. So, you know, I don't wonder how Audrey's gonna, find out. And stared at the candles and the huge crystal chandeliers hanging from the rooftops in a daze. However, she noticed that many young men were appearing to pump themselves up to come over and invite her for a dance. Where is Clint? I miss Clint, by the way. Clint has been... I'm sorry, Lucy. Fuck. I'm so sorry. Anyway, where is Clint? I've been hyping Clint up, man. I've been hyping Clint up. He's apothecary, right? He has the apothecary potion and he's gonna join the Dial Club, probably. To come over and invite her for a dance, so she wisely left the place and went to the corridor connected to the dining hall. How boring, but my attendance is necessary. Ugh, I can't let... I think it's... By the way, Audrey, it's good that you're here. She does not realize it yet. Can they just let me observe in silence, I have to say? Some people have rich facial expressions. Oh, it's talking about the people who wanna dance with her. And when they dance, they remind me of animals seeking mates. Audrey lowered her head. I mean, you're the gem of Backland, right? The jewel of Backland. You're really beautiful. Audrey lowered her head, looked at the tips of her feet, and walked in a straight line out of boredom. Just then, the corner of her eyes caught an approaching figure. She slowed down, so straight, and instantly became the elegant yet quiet Miss Hall. Oh, she switched. I promise to people that I'm not gonna, put Clint as very nerdy. I'm gonna make him a little bit nerdy, but not as nerdy. Yeah, I've been hyping up Clint. Yeah. Good day, Baron Cromie. Ooh, is this the Baron that was killed? Is this QILANGOS, maybe? Audrey greeted with a flawless smile and etiquette. Baron Cramier had thin eyebrows. Oh, fuck, yeah, he is. Thin and faint blue eyes. He smiled and bowed. Nice to meet you again, Mrs. Hall. You were the brightest and most dazzling jewel at this ball. After exchanging a few words, Baron Cramier headed for the dancing hall while Audrey continued approaching the dining hall. After a few steps, she suddenly frowned. There was puzzlement in her green eyes. Baron Cranberry isn't the same as before. Oh shit! Here we go! Things are like happening with QILANGOS. I'm so fucking excited. In the past, when he sees a pretty lady or madame of a higher rank than he is, and one that is relatively prettier, he would look to the side without looking at them directly. Oh, that's very awkward. Then he would steal glances constantly, but today he appears very confident. He's not looking at her like he used to, so Audrey knows something's up, right? Also, his cologne smells off. In the numerous parties in the past, his body will emit the final note of the amber cologne fragrance. Musky yet faint, not ostentatious yet elegant. In other words, he will spray the cologne a few hours earlier to let the front and middle notes disappear. Oh my god, Audrey knows about cologne! Yes, the front and middle notes and the back notes. Dispersed before the gathering, but just now his cologne was amber in the middle note, rich and refined. Ooh, Audrey, I see. Audrey slowed down her footsteps as spectator who had completely digested her potion. Her sensitivity towards details wasn't anything other beyond her could compare to. Suddenly she thought of a possibility. Her clean, crystal clear eyes froze. It couldn't be QILANGOS in disguise, right? My girl! She cooked so hard! Let's go! Creeping hunger has the power to change a person's appearance. Audrey! Yes! Of course! The more Audrey thought about it, the more possible it seemed. She felt uptight and she turned nervous and panicky. If it really was QILANGOS, what is trying to do? It's a pity that I can't bring Susie to the ball. What's a filthy dog doing here? Otherwise, I could ask her to observe Baron Cramier. No way, I have to warn father. Amidst her frantic thoughts, Audrey quickened her pace and entered the dining hall. By the way, me saying filthy dog is me quoting the aristocrats, not me calling Susie filthy dog. Please don't misunderstand, right? Amidst her frantic thoughts, Audrey quickened her pace and entered the dining hall. She found Earl Hall, who was talking to the chief cabinet secretary and others. She flashed a flawless smile and walked over. She held Earl Hall by his arm and told the others, "Gentlemen, do you mind if I borrow Earl Hall for a few minutes?" Beautiful lady, it's your right," the future gentleman said in friendly response. Lucy, you're very rich, by the way. What the hell? Lucy has a summer house. What? I live in a two room like old commie building. Earl Hall was smiling fondly at his daughter, but he got serious when he saw her serious facial expression. "What's the matter? I ran into Baron Cramier earlier, but there was things about him that are different than the past. For instance, his cologne was in the middle note." Oh my god, her dad is gonna be like, "Oh, are you crazy?" Was in the middle note of the amber fragrance. It used to be the end note, and Audrey continued with the things that she found different. It could be explained as being sensitive and meticulous. Meticulous is a word for noticing details, by the way. After she described what she noticed, she weighed her words and added, "I heard from Viscount Claint," oh, the quote mentioned, "that Vice Admiral QILANGOS had the ability to take other people's appearances. Hasn't he been in Backland recently?" Earl Hall listened to her carefully and his face grew abnormally grave, but as he soon flashed a smile and comforted his anxious daughter. "I'll take care of this. Go look for your mother and stay with her. She's at the lounge at the hall." Okay, Audrey nodded obediently. On the way back to the lounge, she turned around and looked at her father. She saw that Earl Hall was talking to another noble softly, and he wore a rather solemn look. Audrey couldn't help but feel anxious. She felt that she had to do something to make sure their mother and father didn't get hurt. Oh my god, come on, Audrey. You have to save your family from QILANGOS. I think QILANGOS... Oh my god, what if QILANGOS is after Audrey's dad, not Duke Negan? What? She surveyed the area and changed the direction in which she was heading in. She left the dining hall and found Duke Negan's small prayer room. She pushed the door closed and looked it behind her. She looked at the symbol of the Lord of Storms before her and subsequently found a remote and dark corner. Audrey sat down with her body leaning forward. She clasped her hands together into praying position and toward her word, "Oh, pray to the fool!" Then she read softly in Hermes, "The fool doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious lure about the gay fog. You are the king of yellow and black who feels good luck." Oh my god, he's heating up, dude. Please do not go back to... Please do not go back to the... Please do not go back to Dingen. I want to see what happens. Please, God. Please, 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 please. Let's go. Okay, it's fine. Also, Lucy, thank you for like lending me the Ferrari a few days ago. Also, thank you for the you know, the $5 million loan yesterday. Thank you so much. Damn. Okay, 189. Let's run an ad. Then we start. I had a nice dinner today, by the way. Also, if you like the stream, please like the stream. Let's get it to like 50 likes today. I'm gonna be live for like, I don't know, 4 more hours. Or something like that. Let's go. I mean, you guys deserve it for like pulling spectator. Prayers and replies. Oh, wait, you're going back to Dingen, but it's always prayer. Let's freaking go, dude. Real? Is it the currency in Saudi Arabia? Saudi Real? Klein was discussing the latest play with Benson and Melissa. Play? Oh, like theater? And was inviting them to watch it at the theater next week. I think the newspaper have said enough about it. The Return of the Count is definitely a play that's worth watching. It's already been performing more than 10 times in Backland, and it's sold out each time. I think that we shouldn't miss the opportunity. Klein, who had lacked sources of entertainment, was unwilling to give up. After all, he had been an ardent follower of television shows back on Earth. Ooh, I wonder if it was on Bilibili like I am, guys. I'm on Bilibili now, do you know that? Public transport is very good. I love public transport. I think the newspaper has said enough about it. Yeah. And of course, if it wasn't for the maintenance of my image, I'd rather go to a bar and play billiards. Yes, renting a venue for tennis isn't a bad choice. That can be considered as a leisurely sport. The middle class. With my current fitness, as long as I don't encounter other beyonders, I shall be able to handle most opponents easily. Forget it. It can only be a passing through for now. I still have to reinvestigate the figure associated with Lanevus in the morning. Ooh. Go for combat training this afternoon and search for the house with the red chimney in the evening before returning home. I am sure a busy man. Klein tried to remain optimistic. Noticing that Benson was inclined towards his suggestion while Melissa was still a little hesitant, Klein smiled as he added, I heard that the most popular supporting cast in The Return of the Count is a genius mechanic. Return of the Count? That's crazy title for a show. Alright, we do have to see a play at large theater once in our lives, Melissa. Alright, we have to see a play at a large theater in our lives. Melissa pouted and nodded her head grudgingly, but there was now a sparkle in her eyes. Klein was about to respond when he heard a buzzing in his ears. He became dizzy for a few seconds. Someone is praying to me. He spread his back, his right hand, and chuckled. Then I shall wait patiently for the tickets to go on sale. Alright, I'll be returning to my bedroom, write up a report. Also, I have to plunge into the sea of knowledge and hope that we don't drown, Benson had a self-deprecating laugh as he returned to the dining room with Melissa. Klein went to the second floor and locked the door in his room. He sealed the room with wall of spirituality, then he took 4 steps counterclockwise as he recited the incantation, returning to the world of powder grey fog. Imagine if Bella like walks on him, right? His figure suddenly appeared at the seat of honor, his magnificent palace fit for a giant. A pulsing crimson star reflected in his eyes. Klein lifted his right hand and extended spirituality, establishing a connection with the star representing justice. Oh, here we go, guys. Wait, a boom! He saw a blurred, distorted image. He saw Miss Justice in a long beige regal dress, sitting on a chair in the dark corner here. Her head was bowed, her hands clasped. At the same time, her still nascent and serious voice stacked in an illusory manner, reverberating around the space. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler about the grey fog. You are the king of yellow and black who feels good luck. I pray for your attention. I pray for you to listen. I'm at a ball held by Duke Negan and encountered someone who was suspected of QILANGOS. He is disguising himself as Baron Cramier, and his motives are unclear. I noticed today that some of the details regarding Baron Cramier were a little different than usual. This made me recall the appearance altering beyond their power that QILANGOS mystical item has. Oh god, I'm scared. What if Audrey's dad is gonna get like popped here? Oh god, I'm so fucking scared for Audrey's dad. And Klein listened seriously and carefully interpreted what was happening, finally understood what Miss Justice was describing. QILANGOS has actually used the special powers of creeping hunger to infiltrate Duke Negan's ball, but QILANGOS probably didn't expect that one of the ladies at the ball is a spectator who has committed the mannerisms of Banner Cramier to memory, hence he doesn't realize that he has been exposed. What does QILANGOS want? Yeah, I think he wants to kill some aristocrat there. And what should I do? I tried conducting the sacrificial ritual without spirituality infused materials over in the past 2 days. What if he wants to kill like Audrey's dad and then take on Audrey's dad and then like pretend to be Audrey's dad or like pretend to be Negan or something, and realize that I can create something like door of summoning, but I'm able to open it. I was going to find some time to purchase some materials with spirituality in the underground market to repair from my second experience. Miss Justice definitely won't. I mean, we can't wait. You know what I mean? Like if the fool can't do anything to help here, would like Justice or Audrey think the fool is a fraud, or is it like, oh, the fool didn't want to help because he wanted me to figure it out my own or something, I don't know. As spirituality infused materials when she's attending a poll, Klein thought for more than 10 seconds before beginning his response to Justice Pair. Oh, again, this respond, maybe giving guidelines, maybe contact Asik somehow. Asik is gonna come and pop him. Oh, I'm so excited. At a small prayer room in Duke Negan's mansion, Audrey repeated her prayers a few times before finally stopping. She tidied her clothes and walked quickly to the door. She knew that she couldn't be gone for too long because her parents would worry about her and thus misjudge the situation. It will cause them to react in the wrong way. Standing behind the door, Audrey took a deep breath, extended her right hand, which was covered in a white wheeled glove, and released a look with a weary heart. Oh god. After leaving the small prayer room, she followed the path back to the dining hall. She saw the figures holding wine glasses and plates get close when her vision suddenly turned blurry. She realized that an illusory fog was spreading into the surroundings. Oh shit! He's casting all the rich people, or like making them like pass out maybe. In the middle of the thick, wide walk was an ancient chair, and atop the chair was a mysterious presence. Oh, never mind. That's why that happened, because the fool summoned her. Fuck. I thought maybe QILANGOS was casting all of them. My bad. Mr. Fool Audrey almost showed in pleasant surprise, because the fog was like white, no? No, I just made it up in my head. Okay. White fog, not white fog. My bad. Mr. Fool Audrey almost shouted in pleasant surprise. She then heard a deep, familiar voice. I'm aware. The voice reverberated around the space as fog vanished. Audrey's vision was still with images of the long tables of food, wine, as well as the bustling sights of interacting guests. The worry and unease in her heart vanished as she subsequently straightened her back and entered the dining hall with light steps. She walked toward the recreation room in the dining hall. Okay, here we go. Let's see what Klein can cook up, by the way. In the magnificent palace about the grey fog. I mean, what can Klein do, right? Like, how fast do the messages to Asik arrive, by the way? Isn't it like kinda instantly? It depends if like Isaac reads it right away, you know? Let's see. In the magnificent palace with the fog, Klein started to think about how to convey the message to the hanged man. True, after finishing his reply to Mistrustes. I wonder how far Olger is, right? I don't think Olger can like beat QILANGOS by himself or with Aldri's help. Like, I think the gap between sequence 6 and sequence 7 is humongous, by the way. Klein started to think how to convey the message to the hanged man after finishing his reply to Mistrustes. I cannot just repeat the description, it undermines my authority. After all, what mysterious existence will personally take on the role of messenger? Deliberately, for nearly a minute, until before an idea came to him, he conjured the scene of Mistrustes praying and transformed into akin to a movie scene, with the faces mosaicked and centered. Okay. He then extended his hand and tapped, laughing, launching the scene into the crimson star, representing the hanged man. Ooh, smart! It's like the hanged man is like, oh, vision came to me from the fool, I have to go. Back clown Sherwood Borough at the Holy Wind Cathedral. How far is that from Duke Negan's house? The hanged man, Olger Wilson, was going through the investigation reports in a simple room, trying to find traces of Vice Admiral Hurricane QILANGOS. Near his right hand was a stack paper filled with many contorted symbols. Just as Olger was leaning back in his chair and rubbing his eyes, he saw the field of vision turn blurry. His line of sight was filled with thick grey fog. It was an ancient chair which seemed to exist eternally deep within the endless fog. Atop a chair was a faint human figure. Mr. Fool! Just as I thought, came to Olger. He saw that under hazy figure in the regal dress within greyish white fog. She was praying position, repeating, I'm at the ball held by Duke Negan. Encountered someone who suspected to be QILANGOS. He's disguising himself as Baron Kramir. Motives are unclear. I noticed today that some of the details regarding Baron Kramir are different than usual. This made me called the appearance altering beyond their power that QILANGOS' mystical item has. Olga was shocked at first and let out a pleasant surprise. He pressed his palm against his chest and lowered his head. Praise you, Mr. Fool. Everything he saw or heard vanished before he finished the sentence if nothing had happened. Now, Olga can't beat him, right? Olga is too weak. What is he gonna do now, exactly? Olga has an army. His crew, staring at the desk, turned with Emperor Cell's diary pages. Ooh, more. And his investigation reports, Olga pupils constricted as he realized how powerful the Fool was once again. Exactly. We can never get enough of the Fool Clays. This was the Holy Wind Cathedral, once the headquarters of the Church of Storms. Even though that history come from more than 1,000 years ago, many believers still viewed this place is sacred, but Mr. Fool could still descend upon this space without warning and give a reply. Exactly. Clays more. After nearly 20 seconds of silence, Olga gathered his stuff and exited the room. I mean, Olga literally is gonna be like our propaganda machine, right? It's gonna like Clays Fool everywhere after Fool comes mainstream. I still think everyone should start like, you know, making rumors about the new god called the Fool, and also maybe the son Derek in City of Silver can like, I don't know, like makes like pray to the Fool and like let everyone pray to the Fool, so the Fool will like liberate them from the darkness, whatever. I was going to look for one of the cardinals of the Church of Storms, the Archbishop of Backland, Theoki, Spellsinger. Spellsinger of God, a snake. What did I just fucking read? One of the cardinals, that's like sequence 5, right? Or sequence 4? Spellsinger of God. Spellsinger. Where is it? Spellsinger of God. That has so much aura, man. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Spellsinger of God. Spellsinger. Whoa. Ace Snakes, by the way. What a name, by the way. Ace Snake. I'm gonna copy this, bruh. Is he gonna like try to like talk to him so he can beat QILANGOS? I thought maybe like, you know, I didn't know Olga has networking like that, you know? For all good reason, being able to kill Vice Admiral QILANGOS personally was the best course of action, but if he was able to do that, guaranteeing that he was really dead was also acceptable in his book. I see. It's a title? Oh, I thought it was a sequence. Fuck. I thought it was a sequence. Is it a title? Imagine being Spellsinger of God, yeah. Yep. After warranting Miss Justice's description to the hanged man, Klein left a mysterious world above the grey fog and returned to his bedroom. Like, my job is done here. While he was in a hurry not to spell the word spirituality, he sat before his desk and took out a piece of paper. He picked up the pen and began his letter. Letter to who? Asik? I'm going to urgent incantation from source. QILANGOS has used the abilities of Shepherd to take on the appearance of Baron Cramier and has infiltrated Duke Negan's ball. His motives are unclear of this moment. Klein was worried that Mr. Asik... he's setting us... Oh my god, Asik... Like, Asik is gonna come there and kill QILANGOS, and then Asik is gonna become the member of the Darrout Club. Will be suspicious of him or doubt why someone in England will be so quick to know something that just happened in background or telegraph existed in this world. I wasn't worried, sorry. I read it wrong. I don't know if you will be interested in this, but I thought that I should let you know. Klein quickly ended the letter and folded the piece of paper. He then found the ancient copper whistle brought in his mouth and gave it a hard blow. The gigantic, terrifying, and illusory skeleton messenger appeared once again, still standing at its original spot, not minding that its head was going through the ceiling. Klein fought back the urge to use abilities of the clown to turn the letter into a flying dagger. He tossed the letter towards the messenger without a fuss. He then blew in the copper whistle once again to end the summoning. Smooth, Klein. Klein looked at himself and went through the events in his head once again. That was all he could do for the time being. Although Klein couldn't also make use of summoning ritual and bring the flaring sun charm directly to the background, it was too dangerous for him to do so. First, QILANGOS was a Sequence 6 wind blessed and had with him the creeping hunger. Jeez. Second, he was too troublesome. Yet, first to bring the flaring sun charm to the world above the grey fog. Third, his image will be affected as he wisely gave up on the idea. No way, Nightwalker have to go. Oh, sorry, it's actually Masters. To be honest, the problem is not too serious. Duke Negan is the most influential noble outside the royal family. So he's the top Tory, or top aristocrat, sorry. A key member began the Conservative Party. Yeah, exactly. See, there will be many high-ranking nobles attending the holiday. I have no doubt that there are beyonders guarding the area. If not for this consideration, there would have been no need for him to infiltrate the palace under a disguise. Since Miss Justice noticed him early, the nobles would be prepared. Yeah, I mean, makes sense, right? Rich people have beyonder guards. The incident shouldn't blow out of control. I wonder how fast Mr. Asik messenger is. If it travels through the spirit world, Mr. Asik will still likely make it in time. Ooh, please, Asik, please go for the main course. But if it's slow as Madame Tali's messenger, no, it's not as slow. Then we might only read about the incident tomorrow's paper. That's a fucking... why? Why would you... This Dali like that? Why not discernibly and tossed this incident back of his head? After all, there was nothing more that he could do. Interesting, dude. Now we're gonna go back to Audrey to see if Audrey and Olga are gonna finish off QILANGOS or kill QILANGOS without Hazik's help. I'm so excited for it. Assortment of abilities. Let's go, guys. Only 3 chapters until the end of the volume 1, by the way. I'm just saying. Add. By the way, guys, do you see this? Me leg pressing 300 kilograms. Easy like butter. Look at this, chat. For 9 repetitions. The fucking sounds, by the way. That's like creaking so hard, man. And here I failed 105 kilo bench press. Where is it? Random Indo lore. How much are you messaging in Discord, by the way? Here. This is 105. I did 100 kilo for one. They're going to 105. This is me failing it, look. Look how close it was, by the way. I was grinding so hard, man. Anyway. 190, let's go. I'm showing off. I'm showing off because I lost a lot of weight this year. That's why I'm proud of myself, right? And getting gym gains. I exposed you? I did not expose you, huh? I wanna get teased. Why do I wanna get teased? In the assortment of abilities, that's 190. In Duke Negan's mansion in the dancing hall, disguised as Baron Cramier, QILANGOS held a glass of blood-red Aurmir grapevine and casually stood behind a railing on his winding corridor. On the second floor, he overlooked the people on the dance floor and enjoyed the view of glamorous dressed ladies. Wow, what a creeper. Anyway, massacre time, maybe? Bunch of rich guys dying? However, there was no lust in his eyes. Oh, lust because he was looking at ladies. Okay. There was calm as frozen lake from the corner of his eyes. Stole glance at the hanging chandelier. He stole glance at the hanging chandelier and the nearby Duke Negan, who was looking at the beautiful figures passing by. Ooh, he's eyeing on. Yeah, he's eyeing Duke Negan. Duke was wearing well-ironed navy uniform with red ribbons attached to the medals on his shoulders. He preferred to wear his military uniform on formal occasions. What a fucking loser! In remembrance of his decades of illustrious service while in the military. However, he put on much weight since then. His once sharp grey eyes had been left turbid and filled with desire. However, they took care of himself as the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, lips and forehead were faint and his black hair was still thick and luxuriant. There was Palace Negan, the current Duke Negan, the main supporter of the Conservative Party, the brother of Prime Minister Acquisid, one of the richest and most powerful men in the Lion Kingdom. Interesting. At the same time, he also reasoned why QILANGOS had sneaked in the background. Ooh, there we go! Negan is the reason. The thought of assassinating such an important figure makes me shiver in excitement. Ooh, he's after Negan, man. QILANGOS retracted his gaze and closed his eyes. He was willing to accept the commission because he had been offered a sufficient attractive price. He was also become QILANGOS loved adventure and enjoyed tasking on difficult challenges. If this assassination is successful, my fame will spread across the northern continents. Oh, now we know why! Oh my god, like, didn't I call it? I mean, that's obvious, probably, right? Placing me above the 4 kings, and I receive a card which contains the mystery of God. Wait, what? If this assassination is successful, my fame will spread across the northern and southern continents, placing me above the 4 kings, and I receive a card which contains the mystery of God that the Emperor celebrated. What does that mean? What? That's me in the video. What do you mean, Shara? You can't recognize me? That was me. Anyway, a god that Emperor Cell created. Wait. He renamed the god's name, though. He renamed to machinery. Interesting. I have to copy this. This is up to discussion, by the way. QILANGOS suppressed his excitement and lowered his head to examine his left hand. So it's a mystery, literally. It's a mystery. Because it's called Mystery of God that the Emperor celebrated. The Lord of Mysteries. Anyway, creeping hunger had become transparent. It was impossible to tell the apparent Kami was wearing glove via the naked eye or through contact. It's such a mystical item. It wasn't for this, a Second 6 like me wouldn't have achieved the rank Pirate Admiral. So other pirates are higher sequences. What? Thoughts flashed in his mind as bouts of regret surged with QILANGOS. In his years as a pirate, he had seen and interacted with many Beyonders. Among them were members of the Aurora Order who enjoyed, like the listener, who enjoyed adventuring at the ends of the Sonia Sea. So he knew that creeping hunger was still rather different from a real shepherd. Firstly, the speed of switching states was too slow. I mean, it's just an item. It's just, this is like the item is not built like a human. If you are a real shepherd, the abilities will be enhanced considerably, but because you put it in an item, that's why it sucks, right? Or it's not as good. It was mentioned that Rosel get a card set. I know that, but that's not what it means. Card that Rosel... What? Contains the mystery of God. That the God... Oh! Yeah. Autism, not dyslexia, I guess. Anyway. Yeah. Go that, because mystery of God is the original grader. Right? Yeah, sorry. Brain farting a lot. You guys are talking about Observer, so I don't see my best fanburst message, right? Or Crowish Pigeon was so up there. Because you guys are cheating on Spectator. I'm just joking. Firstly, the speed of switching states was too slow. It required at least second, but a real shepherd could switch instantly. Oh, okay. Secondly, the controlled soul could only use the 3 abilities before the person died. As for what abilities could be used and how powerful they were, that all depends on luck. On the other hand, a real shepherd could decide on the 3 abilities. They didn't have to gamble like they were at casino. Okay. So you can't choose. Lastly, creeping hunger could only have 5 souls at a time. The real shepherd could have 7. 7. That's not a big difference, but I guess that's significant still. Of course, both had the same restriction, which was that they could only control 1 soul at a time, and they could only use souls corresponding beyond their powers and their own beyond their powers. If they wanted to replace one of the souls with a new soul, the procedure will be irreversible. By the way, like, he's talking about the bad things about the creeping hunger compared to the real shepherd, but let's not like forget that the creeping hunger is like the most insane mystical item we have seen so far, by the way. QILANGOS went through 7 or 8 years of adjustment and finally settled with 5 souls. Their abilities complemented one another and made their own. Yeah, like, very terrifying. Like, he's literally broken. Because of the constant adjustments and experimentation that they did over the years, there were rumors among the pirates that they claimed that Vice Admiral Hurricane was omnipotent. That's scary, dude. .008. Yep. 008 is another, like, another one that's insane. Even more insane, I would say. But we haven't. I mean, 008 was mentioned in the novel. Fair enough. So well, I wonder, what fucking sequence will that be then? Probably from something from the Zero Pathway, like sequence 1 or 2 ability, then maybe. Anyway. Because the constant adjustment, yep. During the ardent dance music, QILANGOS rehearsed the subsequent actions he will take in his mind. He sighed with a regret in his heart. It's a pity that I didn't find the traveler over the past few days, otherwise he won't have to worry about anything tonight. If he had captured the woman that was most likely a traveler, QILANGOS won't have... Oh, traveler, force. Well, she's not a traveler, she has a traveler item, right? QILANGOS wouldn't have hesitated to feed one of the 5 souls that was grazing to the creeping hunger. To him, traveler ability will be invaluable. Oh shit, really? People really want that. QILANGOS stole a glance at the huge... I mean, Force could have become one of the souls, by the way, if Force didn't escape. QILANGOS stole a glance at the huge crystal chandelier hanging from the rooftop and decided to wait no longer. Oh, it's gonna make it fall on them! The soul then controlled currently had one ability, which was to change his appearance, but didn't possess any power to fight against other beyonders. Okay, so he's gonna like change a different one, right? However, the transformation ability was still very useful, and QILANGOS hadn't been willing to replace it with something else all this time. The good thing that was no matter which soul he controlled, QILANGOS could use his wind-blessed beyonder powers at the same time. Ah, makes sense! Finally acted as though his gaze was looking onto the curvy figure of Finally acted as though his gaze was looking onto the curvy figure of Noble's wife before he swept in towards Nuke Negan with all the gentlemen around him. Oh my god, here he goes, man! He's going in! Come guys, come, let's read together. Duke Negan is a staunch follower of the Road of Storms and is key figure of the influence of the Church of Storms has on politics, of course. There must be a beyonder from the Church of Storms beside him who is protecting him. Although the Negan family isn't an ancient 1,000-year-old family, he's one of the wealthiest and powerful men in the kingdom. He definitely searched for sequence potion formulas in secret or hired beyonders. QILANGOS thought, sir, she mentally eliminated the gentlemen who were nobles and officers before locking his eyes on the man who was constantly besides Duke Negan. Yeah, probably the bodyguard, right? The man was brown-haired, blue-eyed, and wearing a black tuxedo. He was almost expressionless while he remained vigilant of his surrounding constantly. Yeah, this guy's the bodyguard. Beyonder, I guess. QILANGOS nodded indiscriminately and pressed his right hand forward slightly. Whoosh! A sudden gust of wind swept in the area above the dance floor, extinguishing the chandelier's candles. Oh, it's making it dark! It's like late night time, right? A sudden gust of wind, yeah. At the moment between light and darkness, while everybody's attention was thrown away, a few wind blades flashed the same spot. On the middle chain, supporting crystals and the real squeezed among the gust of wind. Creak! With a harsh shattering noise, the huge crystals in the rear plummeted straight into the dance floor. It made a loud crash and people screamed in surprise. Shards of debris flew, cutting Quest and leaving them screaming in pain and fear. Oh god, help us! Darkened hall was suddenly full of opportunities. QILANGOS' glove skirmed and changed, condensing into a golden surface. What the fuck? His expression was imposing and his eyes saw through the darkness as he fixed his gaze onto the man next to Duke Negan. Suddenly QILANGOS' eyes shone like lightning. What? That's so crazy! What do you mean shone like lightning? The beyonder who was in charge of protecting Duke Negan suddenly let out a tragic scream and fell on the ground holding his head. Oh god, what the fuck? Because of the creeping hunger. Roland struggled with a swoosh. QILANGOS' figure dashed through the darkness and charged at Duke Negan. Oh my god, like charging. Like that, running at him. However, in the deep recess of his eyes, it reflected his target who didn't show any signs of panic. What the fuck, really? Why is Duke Negan not panicking? Maybe Duke Negan is a beyonder himself. He was at most confidence. Duke Negan's plump figure, like me, stood erect on the spot and observed the incoming assassin as if he were looking down on him. Oh my aura! Holy shit, that's aura! What the fuck? He lifted his right hand and pushed forward. He murmured in ancient Hermes, "In prison." What? In prison? What beyonder is he? In silence, QILANGOS suddenly stopped. He was suddenly surrounded by a transparent wall, something wrapped around him like a sticky liquid. In prison? Also, like oh no, in prison. Maybe like sheriff pathway? Or like, sorry, what's he called again? Not sheriff, whatever Shio is, because he can imprison them, you know? In silence, suddenly stopped. He was suddenly surrounded by a transparent wall, something that wrapped around him like a sticky liquid. I can fucking imagine the scenes already, like Duke Negan, like looking down on QILANGOS, like, in prison. Phew. Holy, I can't wait for the donghua to come out, dude. As the leader of the Conservative Party nobles, it made him seem like an insect in amber or a prisoner in prison. The leader of the Conservative Party nobles, the hereditary Duke Pallas Negan, was a beyonder himself, a very strong beyonder. Maybe like in the sequence 7 or 6 or something. Duke Negan spoke in a low voice again and waved his right hand. Flog. Pa pa. QILANGOS seemed to be whipped by a shapeless whip. Holy shit, talk about like conservative. His clothing tore from the whipping as his skin was lacerated, revealing white bone. What? He has to be on the same pathway Chio is on, right? Then Duke Negan leaned forward and held his right fist first. Duke Negan was like, call the ambulance! Not for me, in prison. The Nuki leaned forward and held his right hand declared in an imposing manner. Death. Bah! His arm waved, his entire body slammed into Chilangos' head with numerous after images. What the fuck? His wrist had struck his target head in an unavoidable manner. Oh my god. Kacha! Chilangos' head shattered, but the surrounding shattered as well. Duke Negan remained standing at his original spot. It was just a dream. What? Never mind! Give me a cool song, by the way. I'm gonna find a cool song. Bro, what a nightmare. Gotcha, Chilangos' head shattered, but surrounding shattered as well. Duke Negan remained standing in his original spot. It was just a dream. Yeah, because surrounding shattered, that's why. It was unknown when the pirate admiral had already switched his ability and entered the nightmare state. Oh, wait. The pirate admiral had already switched his ability. Oh, it's... Okay. Unlike the ordinary nightmare, he could still move his body. Yeah, because it's one of the souls, right? Okay, so it's not that he is on the steepless pathway, but Chilangos has a beyonder soul in the creeping hunger who is on the night. Yeah, makes sense. Chilangos steadily appeared behind Duke Negan, and his cold gaze locked onto the Duke. Wrapped with high-speed spiraling winds, his right fist stabbed in the target's chest like a sharp blade. No fucking way Duke Negan got fucking assassinated like that. What? He crumbled. I mean, I guess he folded, dude. He was like standing like in prison, death, like aura farming Chilangos, and then Negan also underestimated Chilangos because Chilangos just got the upper hand on him. And Mr. Howling in the wind, Chilangos' right fist punched straight through Duke Negan's body and through his heart. But Duke Negan's figure rapidly turned transparent, just like a soul that was summoned. After nearly formless figure dissipated, Duke Negan appeared before the French door, on the other side of the waiting corridor. He wore a scrutinizing smile. Oh my god! What? What the fuck? That is insane! Why are you guys talking about some fucking mobile games, by the way? Where there's like peak happening in the show and you're like mobile games. Holy aura, him like smiling, like scrutinizingly, like got you there, buddy. Although Chilangos, how is that possible? Although Chilangos was unwilling, is sequence 5 maybe? Although Chilangos was unwilling to accept his fact, he dealt with it calmly. The glove on his left hand squirmed and looked on the form of dark golden scales. His irises grew pale and became vertical. Then a shapeless wave swept from every direction. Ladies and gentlemen were thrown into days of uncontrollable fear. Oh my god, yeah, because there are a lot of people still there, right? There are a lot of people still there because their lights are out, and Negan and fucking Chilangos are at the same time are like attacking each other. Sorry, Negan, sequence 5, Negan. What the fuck is this music? Sorry. Sorry. I didn't mean to scream, I'm sorry. I'm actually a fan of Chilangos. I'm a fan too, man. Oh my god. I meant Negan is like sequence 5. Okay, I'm just gonna do this thing. I can't find the username. Okay, found it. Thank you. Let's put Gilgamesh. You guys love Gilgamesh? I love Gilgamesh, dude. That's not intense music. This is so awkward, man. Yes, we are using the dread. Here we go. This is intense as fuck. There we go. Gilgamesh is not from Fate. Gilgamesh is from real life. It's a story from like ancient Sumerian times, the very first story ever discovered. I don't know what Fate means. Then a shapeless Favex swept from every direction. Ladies and gentlemen were thrown into a state of controllable fear, and at the same time, they left their hiding places and ran out down aimlessly. The scene became chaotic. The Beyonders didn't dare to act recklessly, as they were worried they might hurt their relatives and friends. Wait, what the fuck do you mean the Beyonders? Oh, there are more Beyonders than just Negan and the bodyguard. Oh, well, I thought the Beyonders, like, he meant Negan and QILANGOS, like, oh, QILANGOS' family here. No, there are more Beyonders in the fucking audience, I guess. Seizing the opportunity, QILANGOS ran quickly as hurricanes swirled around him. He smashed through one of the resting room doors before smashing through the oriel window. Fucking smash the French door, please. Amidst shuddering sound of, he leaped outside and flew a distance away from Duke Negan mansion with the aid of the wind. He flew! Bro, he's flying! The moment he landed, QILANGOS immediately ran toward the forest ahead of him. He's running away from Negan! No fucking way! Ha! It was Municipal Cardinal and escape route he had scouted out a while ago. Once he shook off his pursuers, he will change his appearance and play into the massive population of Backland of more than 5 million? No fucking way Backland has 5 million people. That was the reason why they dared to accept such a difficult mission. After a while, there was gale blowing toward Duke Negan's mansion. The guardian of the Church of Storms, the Bishop of Backland, Spellseeker of God, a snake! No way! Flew towards the mansion. He flew. What do you mean flying? 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 What the fuck? A snake brought a few mandated punishers and flew towards the mansion. He couldn't inform the other Beyonders in time. Whoa. That's insane, guys. We have to lock in. Olger was one of the members that arrived with Archbishop Ace. However, he was in bad mood because he saw broken windows and the other Beyonders running out of the mansion. It meant that Vice Admiral Hurricane QILANGOS had escaped. There's no fucking way, dude. Oh my god. Guys, what did I just raid? This is the biggest Beyonder fight we have seen so far outside of like the finale of Volume 1, dude. That was such a cool chapter, man. Like, the Negan, like, baiting fucking QILANGOS and then, like, giving a smile behind the door. I didn't think, by the way, Negan will be a Beyonder. Like, I thought maybe, like, rich people don't want to risk becoming Beyonders because they can lose control easier and then they will die sooner or something. Or maybe, like, if you read Sequence 5, it's like cultivation where you live longer, so they will take risks, right? Oh my god, let's go. 191. Unclear motives. Most obvious bait? Shut the fuck up. That was not obvious bait. You were delusional. Banber, you're delusional. Chilangos lost his pursuers with the help of the wind after crossing a man-made lake. No way! He surveyed his surroundings intending to create the god spell singer Ace Snake could not find him. He surveyed his surroundings intending to create the illusion that he had entered a ditch to escape in the Dussac River before turning on the financial center of Backland, the Hillstone borough. At that moment, his field of vision suddenly blurred. Let's fucking go! He saw the colors around him saturate in the darkness. The green trees became greener, the red fruits even redder, the dark blackness of the water became darker. Everything appeared to be splashed with pastel paint. Under the sky, where the crimson moon was obscured, there were many indescribable transparent figures, as well as different lustrous splendors that contained mysterious knowledge. Chilangos found himself coming to a halt as he floated in midair. Beneath his feet, darker water continually rose toward him. Oh my fucking god, he's under a fucking illusionary mindfuck here. Under the water, there were pale white palms reaching out for him. That's so scary. What? What? Not good. Chilangos realized that he has been ambushed, and the ambush was definitely not weak. Who might that be, by the way? Pale white palms reaching out for him. That sounds like a fucking corpse collector ability. Maybe it's Hazik. A giant humanoid skeleton. Whoa! It is Hazik! Let's fucking go! Hazik is gonna murk him. Appeared before him. The monster was 4 meters tall and burning in its eye sockets were pitch black flames. Oh, scary! The bones on his body were blurry and illusory. Chilangos gave his enemy an expressionless look as he let out a sneer. What's a sneer? What the fuck is a sneer? At the same time, the glove on his left hand released a radiant light, appearing as if it was cast out of pure gold. Oh wow. Chilangos leaned back and spread his arms wide, as though he was trying to hug the sun. A bolt of pure burning brilliance descended from the sky, enveloping the giant skeleton. The pastel-like world quaked in response, and the pale hands under the dark water evaporated one by one. This was the beyond their powers of the priest of light. Oh! Oh, okay. Priest of Light, though. Where the fuck did he come from? Oh, he took it from the Creeping Hunger. I see. That's he's trying to do damage control with one of his souls. It was beyond their power from the Sun Sequence 5 pathway. It was the nemesis of the undead. I see. Priest of Light. Yeah, we have it written down, I think. Sneer is like a taunt. Oh, come get me. The radiant pillar of light dissipated and the pitch black flames of the giant skeleton instantly extinguished. It then turned transparent as it disintegrated in the air. Really, he killed the fucking skeleton, bro. I mean, that's just... If this is Azik, he doesn't even have to fight himself. He has to send, some skeleton army after Chilangos, and that's it, right? Before Chilangos had the time to use the abilities of the Priest of Light to dispel the pastel-like world, his expression abruptly turned rigid. Ooh, you did not think of something, right? He saw another giant skeleton appear to his left. Oh my god, good luck, little bro. You went so far to get rid of one skeleton, but there's another one, you know? It's also 4 meters tall, its eyes burning with black flame, identical to the monster from before. Immediately following that, the same skeleton monster appeared around Chilangos, one after another. 1, 2, 3. There were more than 3... There were more than... 100? 100? Azik Sequence 2 confirmed. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? He went through so much trouble. He was even taunting and sneering the skeleton when it's one of them. And bro was 300 at the same fucking time. Good luck, little bro. More than 100 pairs of burning black flames cast their gaze on the target at the same time. I have goosebumps. I actually have goosebumps. Underneath him, the dark water surface rose higher, almost coming into contact with Chilangos' feet. What? It's Azik. Azik knows how to aura farm. Azik also remembers his abilities. I was surprised. I was thinking about how much does he remember, but he remembers quite a bit. Pale white hands extended outward, flailing them around constantly as though they were grabbing at a life-saving straw. Spread out and Spread out and pursue him! Try to corner him! Instructed the Cardinal Ace Snake. He conjured a typhoon and took out the air, flying towards the direction where Chilangos had fled. See, it's not fucking Cardinal, because Ace Snake is from the storms, so the skeletons are so obviously Ozzy, by the way. Duke Negan and his resting joined the ranks of men punishers in consideration of their statuses. Instead, they stood at the windows or balconies to observe. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. It's also the moment when the ordinary nobles who were running around frantically slowly calmed down. Imagine all the nobles like all the time and then finally calm down, dude. To the darkness and the undulating shouts, they were unsure of what actually happened. I wanna see Aldrich's POV, by the way. All they knew that was Duke Negan might have encountered an assassin. Alger Wilson clenched his jaw. Imagine clenching your jaw instead of clenching your fucking fist, by the way. Like, is this what Alger did? Like what? Cleansed his jaw and ran out of Duke Negan's mansion, following the path of municipal garden into the Hillston borough. He wasn't willing to miss the opportunity, no matter how small the hope was. Suddenly he heard a voice which was carried out to him by the wind. There's no need to continue the pursuit. No need to continue? The voice Admiral Snake. Oh, maybe Snake saw that already Chilangos was defeated. Alger stopped there, just running a few steps forward. He turned to look into the sky, puzzled. Or Alger's gonna think Ace killed him, right? He saw Snake. I'm gonna call him Ace. Ace is such a cool name, man. He saw Ace, who was wearing a black robe adorned with many storm symbols, floating above the forest in the man-made lake and staring down. Sheesh, aura! Alger greased his pros and sped up to where the Cardinals without considering the reason. As he neared this position, he made use of his seafarer abilities to get a clearer look. The spellsinger of God showed no expression, but his posture made it evident that he was serious. His exposed white hair that peeked out from under his black hat swayed in the wind, accentuating his stern silver eyes. Alger retracted his gaze and ran out of the forest. The scene of the column pond reflecting the crimson moonlight suddenly appeared in his eyes. When the pond surfaced, the tall figure was floating near the bank. Oh! He's dead! Right? That figure had a unique white jaw in his original form. His brown hair was tied in a ponytail. His dark green eyes were cold yet blank. Blank! He's dead! Oh my god, Chilangos! Vice Admiral Hurricane Chilangos. Alger was taken aback at first, and he felt both surprise and joy. He couldn't believe his eyes and even suspected the darkness was causing him to hallucinate. Before he could react, he suddenly saw Chilangos' face rot rapidly. It oozed a yellow-green liquid, his flesh peeling off piece by piece. Did Ozzy take the creeping hunger from him? Give it to, like, the fool. I mean, Ozzy doesn't know the fool exists yet. Chilangos fell apart completely, his clothes draped over his floating flesh and white bones, and blocked the sparkling radiance. In less than 20 seconds, one of the 7 pirate admirals Chilangos had died mysteriously in front of Alger's eyes. This shocking scene was etched deeply into Alger's mind. It made him suspect if he was having a terrifying nightmare. Wow. Holy shit, dude. Isn't this... I'm reading Peak. What was happening? Didn't Chilangos escape successfully? Why did he die so simply, yet so mysteriously here? What did he encounter for him to lose his life in such a short time? He countered Ozzy. He countered Sequence 2 Death. For him to lose his life in such a short amount of time. He was Sequence 6 Wind Blessed, the owner of Creeping Hunger. Who did it? Who has the motive for killing Chilangos? I mean, imagine Ozzy is not even fully like... He's not even using the full of his power, because Ozzy doesn't even know how to use the entirety of his power yet, right? Just as countless ideas flooded Alger's mind, he heard Spellsinger of God, Ace, charismatic voice. Did you give the information to anyone else? Did you give the information to everyone else? Is there anyone else who knows of this information? Alger quickly calmed down. He glanced at Chilangos' remains and gave an explanation they had prepared. I reported the information to you the moment I found out about it. He couldn't help but crumble inwardly. It wasn't for the fact that Ace had gone for a walk along the Dustok River, forced me to spend time finding him. Chilangos might not have been escaped to Negan's mansion. Oh. Of course I didn't dare to say this in front of the... Okay. Paddle music over, by the way. I found battle music at the end of the battle. I'm so fucking stupid. 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 I'm stupid. I'm so stupid. Yeah, I did save it for later. Thank you. I reported the information you had. I found out about it. You couldn't help but crumble inwardly. Yeah. Of course, he didn't dare to say it in front of a high sequence beyonder. He could only respectfully and humbly continue. The personnel who received the information directly even sacrificed himself for it, and no one opened the letter during its transfer. I can vouch for this. But I cannot confirm if there was a leak in the source of this information, since we couldn't learn of it, others might have too. As Olger spoke, he formulated some guesses about who killed Vice Admiral QILANGOS. By the way, I did not fucking expect Negan to be that strong. I thought maybe I didn't even think he was Beyonder, man. He just fucking pulled out the Yuno reverse on QILANGOS and made QILANGOS run away, tail between his legs, and then Isaac just finished them off, you know. Since QILANGOS had already successfully escaped and there was no threat or any information leaks, there's no need to kill him. If it were me, I would let QILANGOS to lay low and try another assassination attempt when everyone was certain that he had left Backland. Oh. What is stupid about me putting the song at the end of the me putting the battle song in the end of the battle? Also, QILANGOS only trusts himself, so he won't tell his assassination plan to anyone. Negan has been organizing gatherings lately in preparation for his bill proposal in September. Oh, some conservative bill, probably. So there are abundant opportunities other than QILANGOS himself. There were no one can correctly predict when he will strike. Unless the person was a prophet, but that is unlikely. Come on! Like, think about it, Alger. It's the Fool. Other factions? Not possible. Miss Justice prayed to Mr. Fool to relay the information the moment she noticed the problem. There was no way another organization could have received information at the same time. Is he gonna think Mr. Fool killed him? Holy shit, this is such an assist for Mr. Fool. Oh my god, there we go. Mr. Fool, Alger was shocked at the thought of a possibility. The person who struck was Mr. Fool's blessed. Holy shit, what an assist, dude. Like super laser. That's all I can say, by the way. The more it happened in Backland, the dust and the hand. The more he thought about it, the more Alger. He's not really wrong, by the way. Isaac is low-key kinda like Fool's blessed, kinda. The more he thought about it, the more Alger felt that this quest was most of the truth, and the members of this and the subordinates of the Dark Club could have received the information in time. Only the help of the full Blessed could make it seem so mysterious and without motive. Just as he was immersed in his thoughts, Cardinal Snake fell silent for a moment. He told the rest of the many Punishers who were making their way to way over. QILANGOS is dead. A high sequence beyonder or someone who used a sealed artifact or a similar level killed him, but this is rather dangerous and highly unlikely. After preliminary analysis, I believe that the high sequence beyonder is of a pathway of death. Ooh. Perhaps a member of the Numius Episcopate. I know them from the Southern Continent, right? Episcopate, but not someone I know of. There's also a possibility of it being a member of another secret organization. The motive is unclear. The Numinous Episcopate originated from the Southern Continent. Legend has it was the first formed by the Descendant of Death. Maybe in an attempt to revive death. Maybe the Isaac was the person who made that sect. But how old is it? Isaac is like 1,000 years old. If the sect is older than Isaac, then Isaac didn't make it. What the fuck is this Numinous Episcopate pronunciation? I see. Numius Episcopate. No? A high sequence beyonder, yes, only a high sequence beyonder could kill QILANGOS in such a short amount of time. Just as a mere blessed of Mr. Fool is already at such a high sequence. That's a demigod. Olger once again looked at the pile of flesh and bone. He felt dissociated from everything as he had lost all his emotion. He stood there in a daze, watching everything. Happen to be, but if I happen to betray Mr. Fool, oh my god, take that back, bro. He suddenly had such a thought. Immediately, the terrifying scene of QILANGOS rapidly rotting appeared in his mind. Know your place, Olger. You will never betray the Mr. Fool. I couldn't help but shiver and lower his head. At the same time, he relaxed. Since he couldn't escape or fight back, then he could only choose to be loyal. Exactly, bro. Ugh, why? QILANGOS dead. No one can threaten me with that secret anymore. He exhaled, his worries completely vanishing. In Negan's mansion, Audrey Hall was discussing the assassination with her mother. Other nobles saw her father appear at the door. She found an excuse and left the resting room for the balcony on the main hall. Imagine if father or Olger's dad finds out that Audrey is a beyonder. I think, you know, he's gonna suspect now, right? Father, is something wrong? Audrey looked at Hall with green eyes. His green eyes had come from her mother, not her father. Earl Hall smiled. It's been resolved, my child. You need not to worry any longer. Did you tell anyone that Baron Kramir was an imposter? Did you tell anyone that Baron Kramir was an imposter? No. Audrey shook her head firmly. I only told an almost godlike existence she had in her heart. She thought for a moment and explained herself. After I told you, I went to the bathroom, then to where mother was. You can ask her. Oh, I see. Earl nodded didn't say anything else before mentioning. QILANGOS is dead. Someone killed him. Oh. Audrey was shocked as she was excited. No idea. We can't even figure out who murdered we can't even figure out why the murderer killed QILANGOS. It's truly incomprehensible. Earl Hall paused. Perhaps it's a person or an organization, a secret and powerful organization. Unclear motive, a secret and powerful organization. Could it be Mr. Fool's Blessed? It could be our dad club. Audrey suddenly had an epiphany. Aww. Man, Ozzy needs to join the Dialogue Club for real this time though. Right? And actually become his Blessed. I wonder how it's gonna go down. Hopefully. Is this the end of QILANGO's storyline? Are we gonna go back to now to Tingen and stuff? Damn, I wanna see more of Audrey. Hopefully we see more, right? 192, let's go. Attention. Attention. Audrey and Olga are epic, they really are. What the hell? $192. Ooh, Audrey. Audrey analyzed many things at once as her mind whirled. Sir Hangman said that QILANGOS was a lone wolf who doesn't trust anyone. Only he will know of this, of his own plan. Other than my early discovery of him, there shouldn't have been anyone else who knew he would attempt assassination tonight. I told my father and Mr. Fool that I suspected QILANGOS was disguised as Baron Kramir. Where's my gold claimed, by the way? Although there's a telegram cable in Duke Negan's mansion and he will be able to send out information in time that's help, there's no reason to hide that. That puzzlement implies that the powerful being that killed QILANGOS wasn't within their expectations. Also, I love how Audrey and Olga both came to the conclusion that it was the Fool's Blessed, by the way. Combining all of the above, I can almost be certain that the person who killed QILANGOS was Mr. Fool's Blessed. Plus, only the unique model of Terror Club can create such as strange situations with unclear motives. QILANGOS was Sequence 6 Wind Blessed, and he had a mystical item, the Creeping Hunger, to be able to quickly kill him without leaving any traces behind. He could only be high sequence beyond they're known as demigods, right? Or maybe use a sealed artifact which possesses immense danger. Regardless of the possibility, it shows that Mr. Fool Blessed is extremely powerful. Mr. Fool lives up to his reputation. Regardless, he certainly provided clues, so Mr. Hanged Man has to carry out his promise and pass me the picturely land of a rainbow salamander. Ooh, Audrey gonna advance to sequence 8 in this volume, maybe? That was my theory as well, by the way. On several pirate admirals. This should be our Terror Club's very first mission, right? Terror Club's very first mission! Let's freaking go! Looking at his daughter, who seemed excited, Earl Hall, who was a handsome man in his youth. Wait, Earl Hall is handsome man in his youth? How is that possible? Shouldn't he be at least like 35? He's over there 17. I thought Earl Hall was like in that donghua trailer. Earl Hall was like a fat man with a big mustache. No. Coughed lightly and warned his daughter with the mask of solemnity. Audrey, I know that you're. Audrey, I know that you're very interested in mysticism, and I normally tolerate it, but you mustn't be involved in this. You can't even ask about it. You will be introduced to the Queen of Backland's social scene events by the end of this year. As an adult, you should be clearly know and remember that terrifying beyonder or a powerful hidden organization is equivalent to danger. Do you understand that? Yes, father, Audrey replied charmingly. I was just a little curious. You can watch the PV trailer again. Oh, I was wrong? Maybe. Curiosity won't do either, Earl Hall emphasized, and he couldn't help but let out a helpless smile. Okay. Audrey nodded obediently. Audrey is good, Audrey is very manipulative, and Spectator is really good at gaslighting, remember? I understand the whole incident better than you do anyway. She made a silly face in her head. Aww. Earl Hall thought and said with a gentle smile. Regardless, you were the heroine tonight, the savior of Duke Negan. Half the reason why QILANGOS is dead is partially because of you. And it's the same with Bounty. Oh my god, Audrey's gonna get the bounty! Of course, there's no need to admit killing QILANGOS and comes to receive the bounty. The remaining half of it will be yours too. Only half? Add together, it'll be 10,000 pounds in total. The bounty set up by the Indian Republic, the Phasic Empire, and other countries and organizations will be received as well. After conversion, there should be about 20,000 pounds in total. Oh my god, imagine it goes all to the Fool, by the way. Yeah, true. True. Fanbear, I would. Negan promised that he would give his holiday estate at Decibel as a gift. What? What? And includes a huge rubber tree plantation. Oh, plantation with slaves. I don't know the annual profit exactly, but it definitely won't be low. He spent 8,000 pounds to buy it back then, and again, I've even built a house and purchased good quality seeds for planting. What the fuck? Until 200 million. Audrey, who had already inheritance of 300,000 pounds, was considered rich. However, a reward that was almost 4,000 pounds was still a huge amount of income. Many noble ladies won't even receive such a figure as a dowry. Is a dowry like a wedding present? An allied marriage of a noble and businessman in August, Miss Mary Oldbury. Miss Mary Oldbury? What the fuck is that name? Imagine you were called Miss Mary Oldbury. Daughter of a millionaire, only had 80,000 pounds. Only 80,000 pound dowry. I never considered this the bounty, Audrey muttered inwardly. Just give it to the Fool, you know? Suddenly she thought of something. If she were to receive the bounty and her name spread, the Hanged Man could easily find out who Justice was. This can't happen. I'm a member of Terror Club. I have to maintain a sense of mystery. Audrey looked toward her father and recognized her words. Father, I'm a little worried. Why? What happened? Earl asked in concern. If I were to spread that I found out QILANGOS was disguised as a Baron Carmere, I'm afraid that these underlings will take revenge on me. No! You should fuck it. You should take it and give it to the Fool. Will take revenge on me. I'm afraid that whoever instructed QILANGOS to assassinate Duke Negan will target me. I know they try to make yourself seem pitiful, weak and helpless. Yeah, Strawberry, didn't you say you slept in the afternoon so you can watch this stream? By the way, tomorrow, everyone who's here, listen up, guys. Tomorrow is the finale. I will be taking attendance. I have all of your names written down, and people who are not coming, I'm gonna mark absent. Then you have to do something to make up for it, okay? I'll hire someone to protect you, Earl Hall replied, and he nodded faintly and said, there's really no... Oh, I don't want anyone to protect Audrey, so Audrey cannot do like her beyond her stuff. There's always gonna be someone like lurking around Audrey, that's not good. There's really no need for you to take such a risk, plus the person that killed QILANGOS took the creeping hunger. Yes, Isaac, let's go, of course, to high sequence beyonder. That wouldn't be a strong enough motive for interfering. That wouldn't be a strong enough motive? Really? Yes, I'll inform Duke Negan to keep a secret and tell someone else to receive the bounty on your behalf and compensate you in private. Okay, that's good. That's good. Then Earl Hall smiled and said, you really are my daughter. You earned 40,000 pounds so easily. This is more than 1/10 of your current wealth. Crazy. By the way, 40,000 pounds and like a slave plantation in the southern continent. That's huge for profit. Oh my god, I wonder if this is gonna go towards like the Tarot Club funds, right? What's up, Luvian? The 300,000 pounds was what he had set aside for her in advance. He will still add another part when she got married as his daughter's inheritance. That's crazy. Also the dowry when Audrey gets married, right? Am I as good as you were? Audrey happily asked in reply. Earl Hall shook his head and laughed. Much better than I was. The profit from my very first business when she was only 60 pounds. That's good. Wait, was he not born into richness? Then? Was he not born into generational wealth? Did Earl Hall make his own money? Audrey suddenly became extremely thrilled. The satisfaction derived from receiving 40,000 pound bounty, getting her father's compliment, causing QILANGOS' death, completing an extraordinary task, and the reward of Rainbow Salamander Pituitary gland that she was going to get from the hanged man amplified her happiness. Let's go! Audrey! Damn, I'm so proud. I'm so proud of Audrey. I didn't want to report this to Mr. Fool to get his reassurance. No way, a powerful, mysterious being killed QILANGOS with an unknown motive. Come on, it's Fool's blessed. Come on, you thought about this. There might be someone observing me in secret, looking for clues regarding QILANGOS' death. I can't show any hint of abnormality. Pui. There's nothing abnormal about me to begin with, as long as I don't attempt to recite Mr. Fool's honorary name. If Mr. Fool Blessed was really the murderer, he mustn't already known the outcome. He won't need me to report it to him. Ooh, actually true. Well, do I need to share the bounty with the Blessed? No. No matter what kind of payment method is used to transfer 20,000 pounds, it will definitely draw attention. I can't take the risk. Yeah. What do you do, like increments of like 500 though? Right? Plus, it has always been the hanged man who has been asking for help from Mr. Fool. Technically, he should pay the reward. Yes, after all, he declared that he had many pages of Emperor Cell's diary. True, we haven't read those diaries yet, by the way. It's sitting on like, sitting on his like table. Maybe the mother was from the richer family. Ooh, maybe, yeah. Ooh. I'll try to gather more pages in diary to thank Mr. Fool for answering my prayers. He definitely won't be interested in crass money. Audrey quickly determined her next course of action. Oh, we can't watch the special trailer, Fanbur, because of copyright. I'm on YouTube. In Duke's Negan mansion, a secret study room. Ooh, let's see. Negan is a Beyonder. We don't know what Beyonder he is, but I'm thinking he's like sequence 5, right? In Duke Negan's mansion, a secret study room. There was like, so also my theory about Negan is that he's on the same pathway that Shio is on, like because he had like in prison, he had like all these cool abilities that would someone who would be in that kind of you know, on pathway, sheriff pathway. What was sequence 9 again? Not sheriff. Sequence 9 was I closed my notes. Frick. I'm delusional. Okay, you say so. Let me check sequence 9 of what Shio was right now, or he is. Arbiter. Thank you, Slammer. I checked my notes though. Stop arguing, guys. Duke Negan's mansion, a secret study room. The fat and tall, like me, sat on a high-tech chair behind his desk. He was smoking a cigar as he looked at the spellsinger of God, Ace, Prime Minister Acquisite Negan, and the others opposite him. Yeah, because he's the brother of the Prime Minister. So this is a meeting of like high-level Beyonders here. I'm guessing the Acquisite is also a Beyonder. I won't be surprised. Based on your current knowledge, we still aren't certain of the identity of the high-sequence Beyonder that killed QILANGOS. Prime Minister Acquisite Negan had just rushed over from the king's side. Archbishop Ace nodded. We determined that it wasn't any of the high-sequence Beyonders that we're familiar with or the numinous episcopate either. We have sufficient reason to believe that he was powerful, mysterious Beyonder we aren't aware of. Of course, we haven't eliminated the possibility that the person was using dangerous sealed artifact. Duke Negan held his cigar and said, oh my god, his aura following with the cigar. Maybe it was just a high-sequence Beyonder. There might be a hidden organization behind the person. A hidden organization that we don't know about. Otherwise, they won't be able to lay an ambush for QILANGOS so accurately. Yes, perhaps one of the guests at tonight's ball is a member of theirs. His brother, Prime Minister Acquisite, said solemnly. Regardless of that possibility, we have to be careful. We have to quickly find out the identity of the high-sequence Beyonder, the purpose of his presence in background and why he killed QILANGOS. A high-sequence Beyonder that he didn't know about who was wandering in background was sufficient to draw attention from the government and 3 major searches. Yeah, true. Because if you're not like part of anything, organization or anything like that, like you're not part of a search, you were like a criminal in the making for them, right? Which is kind of like weird, because like innocent until proven guilty, but I guess they're taking like measures to avoid a massacre of like a huge city. Although Sequence 4 Secret City Beyonder might not be able to withstand the cannon attacks of their warships. Really? They wouldn't? There was no need for them to experience frontal assault. They possessed too much of a mysterious power. Hence, their existence is more dangerous than ironclad warships. Hence, the reason why they were called demigods. Ooh, chill. Spellsinger of God, Ace stood up and said, let me make some arrangements and get into contact with the Searcher of Evernight and the Searcher of the God and see machinery. His Majesty will allow the military and his intelligence agencies to cooperate. Prime Minister Acquisite promised. Okay, interesting. Natel in Northborough of Backland. Ooh, Azik. Azik didn't even show himself, by the way. He let these like goons to wait for him. That's crazy. Natel in Northborough of Backland. Azik sat under a cast lamp and looked at the glove before him. He took the creeping hunger. The glove was very thin, as though he made from human skin. It seemed that as long as it was filled with flesh or blood, it will turn into a hand. Oh. Azik looked at it for a very long time. His face suddenly contorted in agony and pain as he muttered, I seem to have cooperated with them before. Oh, okay. He doesn't remember. He doesn't remember, man. I wonder if Azik is ever gonna have like his, memories filled in. Like these are the moments that this like events happen, right? Where he remembers more and more. What do you mean them though? Skeleton. Or the Beyonders who are inside the creeping hunger. I guess it means the souls. Yeah, he means those souls, I guess. Klein sleep well the entire night because he didn't receive any report from Justice or Hanged Man. Bro is like panicking, dude. He's waiting because Audrey's not gonna do it because Audrey needs to lay low. Audrey thought the Blessed is gonna do it. Olga also probably think the same way, right? Nor did he receive any reply from Mr. Azik. He kept thinking about how the outcome of the incident with QILANGOS. It must have been quite a scene if Miss Justice and Mr. Hanged Man didn't dare to contact me recklessly. But why did Mr. Azik reply to my letter? Did he not get involved, or was he there an accident? I mean, Azik is in a peculiar situation because the more and more like he finds stuff out, the more like heavy it is on him and maybe like traumatizing. So it's gonna take his time No, bye, comrade. Bye, strawberry. See you tomorrow. Must have been quite a scene, yeah. Did QILANGOS hurt him? Klein extended his hand and covered his mouth as he yawned. He got on the reckless carriage and headed to Sutland Street. Extra, extra! Vice Admiral QILANGOS killed in Backland. Extra, extra! QILANGOS killed in Backland. Just as the carriage was about to set off, Klein suddenly heard the paper boy, which was also one of Emperor Rosel's inventions. Oh my god, classic. He was momentarily stunned as he quickly fished out a penny and bought the Tingle Morning Post. Many passengers made the same choice. He opened the newspaper and quickly read the headline: Pirate QILANGOS shot dead by Duke's bodyguard in Backland. Lie! 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 No! Bye, Barry. Damn, they covered up the story. They had to, man. They had to. They can't reveal Beyonder's existence, right? They have to put like boom, 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 like cards and stuff. Because normal people don't know about Beyonders. Makes sense. QILANGOS died. Mr. Osik did it. Klein fell in deep thought and lampooned himself as the boss behind the scenes. The big boss behind the scenes, dude. Actually had to find out the outcome from the newspapers. Oh, that's it? Oh my god, such a cool chapter, dude. Osik is remembering something about the glove. I'm guessing the memories are coming back to him, and I cannot wait to see more of Osik. Also, Osik used 300 of his goons, skeleton goons, to kill QILANGOS, and he wasn't even there. Probably was like on the backlines watching his skeletons rip him apart. What else? Yeah. News reached Klein. Also, they said that and Klein was freaking out, and Osik is gonna contact him soon, I guess. Anyway. Also, Audrey got a big-ass bounty as well. Coming to a close. Case closed, guys. Why is everyone going to sleep? Stay up, guys. Should I start earlier tomorrow? Yes or no? When do you start? I was thinking same time or like 1 hour earlier. What do you think? I can tell you after the stream. Hour or two earlier? Yeah, I'm gonna start 90 minutes earlier, so... yeah, 90 minutes earlier. Let's go. Coming to a close. The article covering what happened to QILANGOS wasn't long, and it stated there was time, place, people involved, and the outcome. As the saying goes, so I'm guessing the bounty is gonna go to the bodyguard, like privately, as in like secretly, and then Audrey's gonna get the money, right? As the saying goes, the more succulent the content, the more serious situation. Exactly. Something that happened in Backland at 8 or 9 last night is already being reported in Tingle City this morning. Telegram, right? The spread of information in this world isn't too slow to the exponential contributions of Emperor Rosel. Of course, Emperor Rosel Clays. He must have been one of the nobles or ministers who attended the ball who leaked this information to some reporter. Then the reporter used telegraph to send this sensational news to the news companies in various counties. The morning papers are usually drafted at night and printed after midnight before being distributed in the morning. There was just enough time to make changes and publish this article. Wow, people act fast. Just based on this news, the Tingle Morning Post will be able to sell an extra 1,000 copies, and that only considering just this city. Oh my god, yeah. Klein thoughts became more and more distracted before finally calming down. Since QILANGOS is dead, that means that even if Osik is injured, it won't be too serious. Osik injured? Come on. I mean, Klein doesn't know the extent of Isaac's powers, so yeah. If it was serious, he would have been captured by Man the Punishers or Duke Negan's beyond their bodyguards that were in pursuit of QILANGOS. And when facing such a situation, Misastrix and Hanged Man would have definitely tried their best to report to me. The latter not happening is enough to indicate that everything is under control. Good thought process, Klein. Yes, if Isaac doesn't give me a reply or Miss Justice and Miss Hanged Man do not pray to me tonight, I'll blow the copper whistle once again and summon the messenger and send over a letter of inquiry. Relaxing, Klein shifted his attention away from the newspaper, then he surveyed the public carriage. Most of the people who could afford transport like this could read, and under the influence of the term extra, many had bought the Dingen Morning Post. Now a few of them were quietly discussing the incident. The king of pirates, Mugiwara no Luffy, and admirals have been terrorizing the sea routes for a long time. They back off when they see battleships of the various countries, but they don't pay much regard to merchant ships. Even though QILANGOS had only been inducted as one of the 7 pirate admirals for less than a decade, he is the first to be killed by the government. Interesting. Chat is Eastern time zone because I got all the Eastern. Sorry, that sounds racist. I got all the viewers from that area because my stream was during the day, right? Frankly, I'm curious as to what he was doing in Backland. When a pirate leaves the ocean, death is foreseeable outcome. True, actually. Let's hope that there will be more detailed report in the future. Holy Lord of Storms, I wish to know which Duke Negan's bodyguards killed QILANGOS. His bounty was full 10,000 pounds. Come on, Klein. You're gonna have this money, or actually some of it. If I had 10,000 pounds, I would immediately quit my job and buy 2 or 3 medium-sized nurseries. I will invest in the shares of some colonizing companies. Oh my god, Klein. Do you have no morals? And railroad companies and receive a stable dividend every year. The market is fake, guys. The market shouldn't exist. That's the only bounty of this kingdom. Intis, Fesa, Quinabuda, and some merchant organizations also have bounties for Vice Admiral QILANGOS. I sure hope that there are newspapers that will give a full list of full bounties. 10,000 pounds! I was shocked to hear that. Bro is not gonna shut up about the 10,000 pounds for a very long time, by the way. With his already impressive pay, he would have to take 20 years to be able to save up that much money, even without eating or drinking. If only, forget it, there's nothing in you either. It will be impossible for him to claim the bounty. He found the newspaper a little dejectedly and looked out the window of the carriage. Bro is gonna dream about the 10,000 pounds for life, by the way. At this point, he finally concluded that this incident with Vice Admiral QILANGOS had come to a close. All that was left for him was to tie up the loose ends, such as the patch of Roselle's diary the Hanged Man promised him. Backland, Sherwood, Poro, Force, Wall, and Shio. Ooh, let's see what happens here. We're gonna see the reaction, right? We're walking down the street towards the nearest branch of the Warvat Bank. My money seems to disappear without me noticing. Force sighed. Shio felt the same way. That's right. Luckily, my book, Storm in Mountain Villa, is rather popular, and there are still royalties being sent down to my account. Otherwise, I have to find a clinic or hospital and become a doctor once again. Sheesh. Like, it's kind of low-key like me, you know? I make videos, I get money, she makes books. Like, I'm an artist, I'm an author. My author is reading someone else's work and talking about. That sounds so fucking wrong, by the way. Zero creativity, by the way. A hospital and become a doctor once again, forced out a sigh, both in satisfaction and in worry. Shio was silent for a moment before carefully asking, will the investigation of QILANGOS affect your status as an author? After all, we could be under the attention of the Monday Punishers, Nighthawks, and the rest. No, the only way they will focus on is you, Force laughed. You're the one who sent someone to make a police report. Same for me, same for the one who sent the letter and the one famous among the allies and gangs of the East Borough. As for me, Forceful, I'm still the popular best-selling author, Shio said in days. By the way, wasn't it mentioned in the donghua about Force like pretty early on? Like, some like I don't know if it was the library or something, but they said like, oh, the author of Force War or something, like in episode like 6 or 7, episode 4. Okay, yeah. Force stroked her hair and laughed. Oh, she said in a daze. So you've been accompanying me all this time? Force stroked her hair and laughed. Don't you find that it was interesting experience? This experience has provided me with much needed inspiration for my work. My next novel will be about a sudden brutal murder. Nice. She opposed not knowing how to continue this conversation. All she could do was continue walking forward bitterly. Like tsundere. Rocketing to make a turn until Force dragged her back. At that moment, I heard a paperboy shout, "Extra, extra! Vice Admiral Hurricane QILANGOS killed in Backland." What? She and Force looked at each other in confusion. The only game in their senses after the paperboy repeated himself multiple times. What? QILANGOS is dead? Force couldn't believe what she was hearing. He's dead? How? How did he die so suddenly? Joe was trying to hide from the prosecution of this merciless pirate, was shocked and dazed. I wasn't making it him. That's my original voice, man. I wasn't making him zesty, dude. This doesn't This doesn't have to follow a normal procedure. First, they find clues to confirm QILANGOS' motive. Then they will gather powerful Beyonders and ambush him. Killing the pirate was the last step, but QILANGOS was killed even though the first step hadn't been completed yet. He died just like that. Force and Chio exchanged looks as if they were two marble statues. Oh, they're skipping lines? No. I'm not. I said, instead, how did he die so suddenly? Chio was trying to hide from prosecution of this merciless pirate, was shocked and dazed. Nearly a minute later, Chio charged towards the paperboy and bought a copy of the Tussock Times. This was one of the 3 most distributed newspapers in the Lowen Kingdom. Yeah, because Backland has 5 million people in it. Holy! Oh, QILANGOS is really dead, killed by Duke Negan's bodyguard. Oh goodness. Negan's bodyguard is Chiogas playing out the powerful Beyonder that she wanted to say. Oh, because surrounded by people, you can't talk out loud like that. I mean, the bodyguard was a powerful Beyonder, but the powerful Beyonder wasn't the one who killed QILANGOS. Force looked at her good friend in pity. To think that you will believe everything the newspapers say. Exactly, Force knows. Alright, perhaps someone realized QILANGOS' motive in advance, and the Mandate Punishers, Nighthawks, Machinery High Mind, and the military cooperated and executed successful ambush. Shu froze and exhaled. We don't need to worry about it any longer. We can go back to our normal lives, but we have to avoid the sphere of influence of that police station from before. She looked at Force and asked, a little worried, "How much do you think Miss Audrey will pay us now? I know that a few £100 will be too much, won't be too much for her, but we have really completed what she asked for us." I mean, it's easier to give money to Force and Shaw because they're both in Backland. If you give it to them in cash, it's not traceable, but giving it to the full anonymous bank account is like traceable. So I think like they're gonna get at least like a few £1,000 from Audrey, right? Because Audrey's gonna get the bounty. But we haven't completed what she has to. Yeah. No, at least he made QILANGOS appear in his own accord. The reason he rushed to take action and fall for the ambush was definitely in some part due to our contributions. Force consoled her. With Miss Audrey's generosity, she'll give us half the reward, even if she's not giving us all of it. You think so? Like, yeah. I mean, the reward is toppling like £40,000, right? And plus the fucking slave plantation and stuff. But they think it's 10,000, so they think they get 5,000 maybe. Let's hope so. She took a deep breath and had an expectant gaze. I wonder who will claim that bounty of £10,000. Oh, they don't know Audrey is gonna get it. Okay. It sure invites the envy of others. Yeah, why would they know? It sure invites the envy of others. If I had that much money, I'd have become Sequence 7 or 6. 7, say again, bro. Long ago. But I missed the opportunity time and time again. Force also felt a little sorry, but she reminded her friend Shio, let us not contact Miss Audrey for a long time being. Let her contact us on her own accord. Yeah, because Audrey is being watched, right? Prodato thinks Audrey is giving away 5k. Quote me on that. Quote me. They're looking about the money Audrey promised them. Yep, I know. They don't know the bounty, about the bounty just yet. There are too many hidden details surrounding the death of QILANGOS. Looking for Miss Audrey abruptly will put us in a dangerous situation. Smart, by the way. Shio first nodded before saying in surprise, "How did you know that I was thinking of heading to Empressboro?" Try guessing, Force laughed in response. Yeah, Shio is acting on impulse throughout, right? After a busy morning, Klein returned to Blackthorn Security Company. He reported to Don Smith, Captain, the people connected to Lanebus that I'm in charge of investigating have no problems. They were merely victims not associated with any beyonder incidents. Okay. Don, because you know, remember they got a mission from Don, then we went to Blackland and we skipped that mission, so I'm guessing Klein is done with that mission now. Don placed both of his elbows on his desk. Then stop that for the time being. We shall place our focus on the more likely suspects after the rest of the members have finished with their investigations. We cannot direct all of our manpower into this incident. We have to guard against one other sudden incident. So is that Backland arc over now? Fuck, I hope we get more. At least like a new Dials Club member, right? Oh my god, also Asik has yet to contact Klein, so I'm guessing there's gonna be like an Asik and Klein conversation back and forth as well before the volume ends. We cannot direct all our manpower onto this incident. We have to guard against against other sudden incidents. Alright, Klein was about to stand up and head to lunch when he suddenly heard knocking on the door. Please enter, Don said in his mellow voice. The handle moved and Roseanne picked... Oh, Roseanne! Long time no see! My favorite gossip girl! Captain, someone is here with a mission. A mission? This seems to be targeted to the Blackthorn Security Company and not the Nighthawk team. Oh, about Sharon maybe? So who mistakenly came to us this time? Glenn wondered to himself. Don thought for a moment before saying, we can go hear the request out and reject if it's too troublesome. He arranged his shirt and vest as he walked out the office. He made his way through the partition and towards the sofa in the receptionist area. Klein and Roseanne followed curiously behind. There were two ladies in the sofa. My goose? Both of them were wearing black hats and dresses without any extra color. One of the ladies was plump. Plump can mean pregnant, right? And had fair skin. Her face was completely obscured by the black wheel of her hat. Klein felt a sense of familiarity when he saw her. It is Megoose! As though he had seen her somewhere before. Just as he was recalling, he heard the skinnier lady beside her speak. The mission we'd like to entrust for you is to track and monitor Madame Sharon and find evidence of her crimes. Madame Sharon? Oh, Plump! Maybe the... No, but won't she be so rich? Madame Sharon... No, it is Mekus. Klein suddenly had an epiphany and recalled where the sense of melody came from. The lady that remained silent was the... Oh, it is the wife of Brian. Okay, so plump as in fat. Okay. I just didn't think that someone of, you know, her status would come to the Blackthorn Security Company, which probably usually gets, you know, employment from the middle class and lower class, not some kind of aristocrats, right? The daughter of new party leader. She finds it hard to accept the death of her husband and is unwilling to accept the conclusion. I mean, it makes sense to go to like private detectives, I guess, right? And the police department came to, so she came to a security company in a private to do another investigation. Am I plump, guys? To think that she came directly to us, Klein shook his head and laughed to himself. Yeah, I know, right? I know. That's it? The whole chapter felt like 1 minute, by the way. What the hell? I guess you are. Thank you. I'm guessing the Sharon storyline is gonna happen, and then we're gonna immediately go to Ince. So I wonder, like seriously, if we have time for another Asik and Klein conversation. We might not have time for that, right? Because we have only like 19 chapters left. What was my question again? I'm sorry. I forgot my own question, Observer. Do we have time question? You probably have ads. Can't answer me. Also, if you're enjoying the stream, please like and subscribe if you haven't yet. I'm gonna read more chapters. Let's go. What do I think of Audrey? I love Audrey. Don't you think donghua Audrey more naive? I mean, she grew up with like unlimited money, so I don't expect her not to be naive, right? But I feel like there's gonna be some events for Audrey, like a canon event of some kind, where Audrey is gonna like realize, and I think her story is gonna be very tragic and well written. We'll see though. A plump? Oh, am I plump? I think I am plump. Anyway, welcome back, Lucirem. How are you doing? Madame Sharon obviously knew of Baron Coy's widow, a famous socialite. Yeah, them being like a famous aristocrats, they're coming to Blackthorn Security Company. Like, what? Novel Audrey's less childish? Yeah, I will say so. I just Audrey didn't get so much screen time. That's the problem, right? We didn't see Audrey being a spectator for at the balls and the parties. We didn't see much of Audrey in the donghua doing her own thing. We didn't see Susie at all, by the way. I feel like in the special episode that's coming out next year, we're gonna see more of Audrey and we're gonna see like the not naive side of her, just like we had in donghua. Maynard's wife turned her head to shoot a glance at the scrawny lady who came with her to the Blackthorn Security Company, but she didn't speak for herself. The scrawny lady in the black dress and had to wait her words before she spoke. Yes, Madame Sharon, the wife of deceased Baron Coy, she stammered and suddenly spat in anger. She's a bitch! Upon hearing her curse, Klein suddenly recalled the porno. That caught me off guard, by the way. That he had seen Madame Sharon behavior, which appeared nervous on the surface but was calm deep down. That made him believe the rumors about her, and he felt sorry for the deceased old Baron. It's not like Madame Sharon can remarry, but her loose behavior really makes the old Baron crave a perfect nesting ground for cuckoos. Don didn't have much of a change in facial expressions. He sat on the sofa opposite and said with his mellow voice, "What doesn't make her a criminal?" Influence of zero, right? Yeah, it's like now the widow is gonna go to the Blackthorn Security Company and ask for, detectives. It's crazy to me that Cuttlefish voice 008, by the way. Don didn't have much of a change in his facial expression. He sat on the sofa opposite and said with his mellow voice, "But it doesn't make her a criminal. You know Cleary, and I know Cleary too. Madame Sharon is very influential in Tingen. If we were to follow her and monitor her, there could be serious consequences for us." "She's a criminal," the scrawny lady said angrily. She caused my brother's death." Oh, his sister of Maynard. "But those lovers of her pressured the police department and made them pronounce that my brother died of excessive drinking and contagious indulgence in sexual pleasure. They're all criminals." Those Glenn realized that the scrawny lady was Maynard's sister, while feeling sorry for the old Baron once again. That's right, for such a scandal, she will definitely not send a maidservant here. It's better if the request is made by family. He nodded his head in enlightenment. Mrs. Maynard patted the back of scrawny woman's hand and added with a deep yet cold voice, "She's a criminal. If you suffer any damages because of this, I will compensate you for your losses." That dawn, she lives up to her identity as a daughter of the new party head. If the police department wasn't very confident with the result of mediumship ritual, I'm afraid they will submit it under her pressure, Klein lampooned inwardly. The classic lampoon, by the way. Dan was silent for nearly 20 seconds before he said, "Alright, I have another question. Why do you seem so certain that we will find something?" The scrawny lady nodded and said, "Tobacco merchant Wickroy introduced us here." Oh my god, fucking Wickroy from back then. Remember, I don't know if it was Thomas. Was it Thomas, the little boy? From like episode 2. He said, "You are a cream of the crop in industry and can complete missions for what others are capable of completing." The tobacco merchant Wickroy, who's he? Klein looked at the captain subconsciously and noticed that Don Smith looked really confused. Oh my god, even Don Smith forgot. I'm so silly. Why did I hope for Captain to remember something like this? After all, I even don't quite remember. He said, "How does Klein not remember? It was when the kidnapping of the boy. Come on." The scrawny lady saw the two elite mercenaries look confused, so she added, "You saved his kidnapped son." Oh, him! The kidnap case led me to the discovery of the Anticonus family notebook. Klein was suddenly enlightened. Don nodded slightly and said, "Understand." Don didn't remember, right? Don was like, "Understand?" Actually, he did not understand. Upon seeing this, the scrawny woman laid out her offer. You are to tail and monitor that bitch for 2 weeks. Even if you don't find any evidence of her crime, you can take note of who visited her and who she visited. We will pay £50 for this. Wait, doesn't like Klein get most of that money? What was the percentage now? I mean, he became a real Nighthawk, so he's gonna get all of it. And if you find evidence for her crimes, we will pay another additional 200. Ooh! That's a large amount of money. When Clancy recalled that he had only spent £7 to hire Detective Henry to gather so much information about red chimney houses, he became a little ashamed. Yeah, you underpaid Henry, bro. Don thought for a moment before saying, no problem, we can sign the contracts now. You'll have to pay a deposit of £20 up front. That's a lot of money. Oh shit. Captain, we're really lacking in manpower right now. There's a huge case regarding Lanevus. Klein didn't accept Don Smith to accept the mission, although he himself has been quite keen on accepting it. Mrs. Maynard nodded slightly and said, no problem, I believe in you. Please don't disappoint me. Don smiled but kept quiet. He turned his head and told Roseanne, please write up a contract. When the contract was signed and the deposit was paid, Don watched Mrs. Maynard and the scrawny lady leave Blackstone Security Company. He then looked sideways at Klein and said, this mission will be yours. Like this, like sideways, you know. Huh? Klein looked confused. Don smiled and said, didn't you want to learn tailing techniques and monitoring skills? It's great opportunity. Also turns out that you're done with your part in Lanevus case. Alright. Also, Klein, £250. Also £50 if you don't like succeed anyway. And £20 deposit. So you should really accept this, man. I kindly reject the assignment. Just as he accepted, his mind began whirling quickly. According to the rules, half the mission commission is handed to Mrs. Oriana, as additional funding for the team. The remaining will be split amongst involved members. However, it seems like I'm the only one handling the case. So, if it leads to her arrest, you need 125, Klein. But we already know the outcome. Regardless of whether the investigation succeeds, there will be at least £75 of income. On top of that, I'll receive my usual weekly pay. If I really could find some clues, I could even receive £125. Captain is a wise man. There we go, the captain glaze. Don stole a glance at him and said, learn the tailing techniques and monitoring skills from Leonard and Fry in the morning, and put combat training on hold for this week. Yes, I think you're quite well trained already, so I'll send someone to inform Gawain. Yeah, we're gonna lose Kenley soon, guys. Learn tailing techniques and monitoring skills from Leonard and Fry. Doesn't seem very reliable. Klein was stunned. He could imagine Leonard using only one method, which was playing his Feinawater lute while singing melodious poetry. Then he would probably seduce Madame Cheron to bed in order to monitor her up close. Oh my god, of course you will say that about Leonard. As for Fry, he had unique air to him. He was cold and gloomy, so no matter where he went, he could catch the attention of others. How could such people make good spies? I mean, don't judge a book by its cover, my guy. You should not do that, ever. As his thoughts churned, Klein replied seriously, alright. And he's so zesty, yeah, he is. Dan nodded slightly and walked toward the partition. Suddenly he paused, turned around and hesitated before he spoke. Do you remember the Topako mentioned? What was that kidnapping about? I told you, I fucking said! He doesn't remember. What a guy, man. Don Smith. I mean, I can't blame him, it's because of his pathway, but still. So you didn't remember anything or understood anything. Why were you acting so staid and confident? Klein face palmed. Klein was like this. Yep. Based on Leonard's guidance, Klein wasn't in a hurry to date Madame Cheron, even though he knew that she stayed on Osna Street in East Borough. So already got Leonard's guidance, I see. Until you know the target's routine, you can't tail the target recklessly. Plus, monitoring alone makes it difficult to take note of everything. Unless you don't eat, drink, sleep, and go home, Leonard had said. Hence, Klein followed his suggestion and found one of the mob bosses in Hound Pub and spent £5 to get his underlings to monitor Madame Cheron and record her daily routine. Holy shit! Wait, Klein paying £5? I mean, that's gonna be reimburnished to him, right? There's no way he will pay £5 for monitoring. Luckily, this can't be reimbursed. Yeah, there we go. Why does it feel like I'm subcontracting? On Friday afternoon, Klein received the investigation report from the mob boss. Imagine you're like taxpayer money going to the church, and then the church pays it to a mob boss. That's crazy. If I was a civilian paying taxes, I would revolt. What do you mean my money goes to the mob boss? Calling it investigation report was obvious insult to professional detectives, and one mob boss underlings was illiterate. They relied on drawings and symbols, which was then interpreted and organized by their semi-literate boss, semi-literate by the way, who had attended Sunday school for a year. Klein got a headache just from reading it and took quite a while to finish reading the report. According to the surveillance, Madame Sharon seldom leaves her place recently. There aren't many guests who visit either. She might be affected by Maynard's death. The mob underlings are quite capable. They even gathered information from Madame Sharon's maidservant. She'll be attending the Conservatives' party banquet tonight. She might return home quite late or maybe not return. This is an opportunity for me to put theory in practice. Klein quickly decided to sneak into Madame Sharon's house and search through it. Wait, did he already decide? Damn, this is moving very fast, by the way. The pacing is fast. What time is it for you guys, by the way? With the studies regarding the Lanavus case, the temporary suspension of combat training, and the end of the QILANGOS incident, Klein only had two matters on hand. One to investigate the red chimney houses, and the second was to following and monitoring Madame Sharon. In other words, he was relatively free. 2 days ago, he had received Mr. Asik's reply. There was only one sentence on the letter. Oh my god, one sentence? I obtained creeping hunger and recalled something. The thing he recalled, by the way, is, was Asik saying, oh, I have run into them before. My guess was he means the souls that are inside creeping hunger, right? But it might mean something else. Seven, 11 p.m. Almost 9 p.m. 7. Ooh, 7 p.m. That's cool. Kind of finally confirmed that it was Mr. Asik who killed QILANGOS, and that this amnesiac teacher of his who had long life was a high sequence beyonder. However, he didn't dare to ask what he recalled with the aid of creeping hunger. I mean, the letter is short on purpose, right? Because I'm guessing, I'm seeing, not guessing, that Asik is not coping with the thing he recalled quite well. Asik always didn't want to talk about it. Yeah, exactly. If he was willing to share, he would have prescribed it directly in the letter. Exactly. In Klein's reply, he only reminded Mr. Asik that the creeping hunger yearned for the flesh and blood and soul of living humans. He had to find a safe sealing method. In addition, Justin and Hanged Man had yet to pray to him, but Klein wasn't worried. He understood that both members were afraid of being monitored, sending society's name recklessly. Exactly. Gas street lamps illuminated the straight Osna Street at night, while the crimson moon hung high above. Ooh, we're going to Sharon right now. Klein, who had sneaked out with the clown's balance and agility, leaped over the outer wall of Madame Sharon's house quietly. Passing through the garden, he arrived by the side of the house. He climbed up the water pipe and slipped onto the balcony of the second floor. Here we go. Klein had never even climbed a tree successfully when he was young, so it was quite a monumental event. He took out a carrot card from his pocket of his black trench coat, slid into the gap of his balcony door, lifted it lightly and unlocked the door. Servants are so careless, they didn't use an additional lock, otherwise I'd have to try entering by climbing through the window. Klein muttered silently, entered the house. Based on information provided by the mob boss, he found Madame Sharon's bedroom easily. He turned the knob and stepped in the room. He closed the door carefully and suddenly smelled a faint fragrance. It reminded him of fragrance of a woman that caused the blood vessel of other people to swell. What blood vessel? What blood vessel? Interesting. Klein felt a little faint and even felt his body reacting. Oh my god, Klein got a boner. Oh, I'm imagining in my head Klein getting a boner. He immediately calmed down with cogitation and made self-deprecating comment. She's using an aphrodisiac as a perfume. There we go. Let's go. Let's see. Lockpicking expert Klein. I'm ready with the battle music soon, by the way. Soon we're gonna have battle music. Not in no particular reason. Next chapter. 195. Automata soundtrack? Ooh, you mean Nier Automata? Ooh, great idea. I did it once, I think, then I forgot about it. W, who said that? Gaze, Ryu. You are literally the goat. Locking expert Klein. A few seconds later, Klein activated his spirit vision and surveyed the room, only to find out how extravagantly decorated Madame Sharon's room was. In a spacious area with a cloakroom that was ajar, there was a thick carpet, a blanket made with goose feathers, a makeup table strewn with skincare products and cosmetics, a dazzling array of jewelry, it's like my room, thin clothing and socks thrown over the rocking chair, multiple decorative items adorned with gold silk. All of these entered Klein's field of vision. What attracted Klein's attention was the most unfinished oil painting. On the painting and was the naked figure of Madame Sharon herself. Oh! Interesting painting. Yeah, I did not. I definitely don't have a naked picture of myself, by the way. I'm just gonna I'm gonna just clear that up, okay? Okay. Her brown hair was like a waterfall, her eyes like an innocent tear, pure and limpid, but her curved eyebrows, sharp nose and tender lips accentuated her form as a mature female. The two qualities fused together, despite the contradiction, released an alarming temptation. Alarming temptation, really. Klein only gave a cursory glance at the area under the neck for a moment. He wasn't trying to be gentlemanly. After all, he already seen the porno. So why would he have scruples over a picture? His attention had been grabbed by the pastels, palettes, and paintbrushes beside the painting, as well as full-length silver-coated mirror. This combination and their placement relative to each other gave Klein a weird thought that painter was Madame Sharon herself, and not some artist she had seduced. Oh, yeah, true. A beautiful woman with a great figure, flirtatious yet innocent, stripping and throwing herself, while looking in the mirror to chronicle her beauty. It was a little odd. Is Madame Sharon a narcissist? Klein gulped silently and retracted his gaze. Finally, he was staring at it the entire time, by the way. Oh my god, Nightwalker, that's crazy. He started to search for possible evidence of her crimes. Following Leonard's and Fry's instructions, he kept his black gloves on as he searched. Oh, no fingerprints. What does Leonard know that? Creepy. He had to keep the original position of everything in his memory to facilitate putting everything back after he was done. This proved easy for an advanced seer, as he forget, he could use dream divination to recall the placement easily. Of course, he had performed divination before he left house tonight. There was going to be no danger. There's going to be no danger. Interesting. Vanber, shush. Of course, he had performed divination before he left nice tonight. Yep. If there's something cool, charlatan will. There was no danger, and he will be met with relative success. That's something a cool charlatan will do, even if I'm already a clown. Klein lampooned himself. He spent 20 minutes searching Madame Sharon's room, but he didn't find anything noteworthy, nor did he see any light emitted by spirituality. I wonder, what did he find, though? Like some toys? I don't want to think about it, I'm sorry. Finally, he stopped before a safe in a corner of the room. The steel safe was a meter tall, thick and heavy. It gave the impression that it was unusually sturdy, as if it only could be opened using explosive. This sure is characteristic of the age of steam. There must be a complicated machinery within the safe. Oh my god, it's gonna use lockpicking, right? Klein tried to open the safe but failed miserably. He left the safe for last. He took his left glove and unwound the topaz dangling on his left wrist. Grabbing the silver chain and allowing the pendulum to fall, Klein dispelled the excitement that the fragrance of the room gave him, entered a state of cogitation. He's still getting excited, dude. I thought they only had to do it once. His eyes turned dark as he chanted to himself. There's a secret room or hidden partition in this room. There's a secret room or hidden partition in this room. After reciting the 7 times, Klein's eyes regained the normal color. He looked at the dangling topaz, which was turning counter. So no. This gave a negative result. Klein nodded slightly and left Madame Chiron's room. According to the process from before, he went through the study, the living room, the greenhouse, the other parts of the house, but he didn't find any clues of value. He didn't use dowsing rod, seeing since he didn't exactly know what he was looking for. Klein took out a silver pocket watch and gave it a look. He confirmed the time before returning to Madame Sharon's bedroom. Carefully closing the wooden door, Klein took out a silver dagger used for rituals and released his spirituality, allowing it to fuse with the powers of nature and seal the room. What is he gonna do? He's gonna pray to himself or summon himself or what? So where is Madame Sharon though? Was it mentioned that he is absent? He was going to summon himself. Oh, he was going to go through the safe using his... Oh, that's so smart! Using his spirit and check the things inside. Grandpa doesn't need to know how to lockpick, Klein proclaimed in Mandarin. Is that a fucking Chinese, like, saying? Grandpa does not need to know how to lockpick, Klein proclaimed in Mandarin. The process was simple since he was praying to himself. He didn't have to be too particular. Klein took out a candle infused with sandalwood and ignited using his spirituality. That was going to be his altar. What does that even mean? I don't know, man. I summon in my name the fool doesn't belong to Sarah, the mysterious ruler of the fog, the king of yellow and black, who wields good luck. The incantation reverberated around Madame Sharon's bedroom. Klein's spirituality poured out from within him, gently fusing with the candle flame to become grey, palm-sized and wheel of light. He took out 4 steps counterclockwise, made his way through the mad ravings and into the world about the grey fog. He saw the door of summoning appear behind the seat of honor and the ancient long table. Klein was about to react when he froze. Ooh, what happened? Klein's so smart, I know, right? It's like, oh, he's gonna summon himself, but why? But oh, he can fucking go through the chest and see the insides. I should perform a divination to see if I can discover any clues since I'm already here, as well as removing any interferences. My powers are also significantly boosted. Also, because of where I'm now, performing divination is akin to using an object. Madame Sharon brings around with her every day. He sat down and conjured a fountain pen and coat skin. What should I divine? Oh, her clothes? We're in her bedroom, no? Klein slipped into deep thought. Is there anything wrong with Madame Sharon? No, everyone makes mistakes. There would be something wrong with anyone. Is Madame Sharon involved in a crime? No, it's not narrow enough either. As a famous socialite tied to the political sphere, it's natural that she would be associated with something dirty that cannot be convicted for. Also, what is the definition of a crime anyway? Laws of law and kingdom, or the laws of the interested public, or is it up to me to decide? Yeah. Despite many thoughts, Klein didn't want to delay any further. After all, his physical body was still in the real world. Thus, he decided to confirm the past few divinations he did regarding this incident. He picked up a pen and, without writing, he conjured divination statement on the coat skin before him. Too like, oh, is Sharon a beyonder, right? Or is it like too much? John Maynard's death was due to supernatural influences. This was the last divination he did. Yeah, he did do that. When he went to Maynard's house to help the police. The answer received last time was negative. Grabbing the silver chain, he allowed the opus. Maybe because back then, when that happened, there was like a countermeasure from Sharon, right? Apparently means don't try to teach an expert to do their own job. Oh, the lockpicking thing, yeah. When the silver chain, he allowed the opus pendulum to almost touch the statement on the coat skin. Klein half closed his eyes, silently recited the divination statement. John Maynard's death was due to supernatural influences. John Maynard's death was due to supernatural influences. After repeating it 7 times, he opened his eyes and looked at the pendulum. His pupils constricted suddenly. The pendulum was spinning fast, by the way, so it's confirmed. So it was, Sharon was doing some, tomfoolery last time at Maynard's house to stop divination. After binning it 7 times, yep, Maynard's death was really due to supernatural influences. Klein stared at the pendulum that was showing down, his heart churning in turmoil. But divination back then was influenced, disrupted. Madame Sharon is a beyonder, a rather powerful beyonder, or is there someone backing her, having helped in planning Maynard's death? Did they want to remove a powerful opponent to seat of mayor, or to remove a future House of Commons member of parliament from the new party? Many thoughts raced through his mind as Klein wrote a new divination statement. Madame Sharon is a beyonder, finally he's doing it! He said the statement 7 times, still using the pendulum technique. Klein used the location he was at, as well as the information he knew regarding Madame Sharon. To complete the divination, he saw an answer. The answer was clockwise rotation of Topa's pendulum. The answer was yes, Madame Sharon is a beyonder. Klein nerves tensed. He didn't delay any further, immediately answering his own prayer and pushing open the mysterious door. After a moment of chaos and dizziness, he saw Madame Sharon bedroom hand himself. Oh shit. Let's see what's in the safe. Klein floated in front of the heavy safe and extended his right hand. He carefully extended his hand into the safe. When Madame Sharon was beyonder, he had to be wary of traps in the safe. In such a state, where his soul was infused with powers of the mysterious space and spirituality, Klein no longer needed divination. He could recite a warning when he was approaching something dangerous. A large portion of divination was obtaining revelations, allowing one's astral projection to roam in the spirit world. Other worlds, it was derived from one's spirituality. Klein didn't notice anything unusual when his nearly transparent hand made it through the thick metal door. After sweeping his hand, he leaned forward, plunging his dire spirit into the safe. He saw the inside of the safe was split into 3 sections. The rest was filled with gold bars, rich, thick stacks of cash, and even more precious jewelry. Another layer had sealed documents. Klein blew on them, but he didn't manage to flip them open to look at the contents. Imagine him like he can't, because he can't flip them. He started to try again. Mr. Aussie Copper Whistle, Klein had an experiment with previously. When he enveloped the flaring sunshine, Aussie Copper Whistle with his spirit, both items were able to make it through the obstacles, as if becoming illusory items themselves. So you can use them to flip it over, right? The bottommost layer of the safe was rather strange. There was only a black and white photo there. On the photo was a suave young man. Oh, before he became a woman. That's funny. I wonder, why there are probably assassins out there who were women, and then when they reached sequence 7, they become hot woman. No? Madame Sharon's past lover were they forcefully broken apart, and Madame Sharon, having no choice but to marry the old parent, thus embarked on her path of debauchery by entering the beds of multiple men. Yeah, that will be a good story. But in deep in her heart, she still harbors a pure space. Even every night when it's quiet, she takes out this photo and strokes it with tears on her face. I instantly imagined the plot of a great romantic tragedy. I just said that! But the more he looked at it, the more something seemed amiss. The young man in the photo seemed perhaps a little too much like Madame Sharon. Madame Sharon's brother, she's a beyonder. Fuck, or she also be the demoness pathway. The same as instigator Tracy. Klein suddenly had a stroke of inspiration which scared himself. What does that mean? Oh, scarred. It's not scared, scarred. Wait, is scarred and scared written the same way, by the way? Scarred, scared. Yeah, it is. I never realized that. I wonder if their sexuality changes along with the gender. I don't know if demonesses enjoy sleeping with men. I would guess so, right? Because you will get pleasure. But I'm not sure, I mean, sexuality is a spectrum anyway, right? Somebody has to be the straightest, somebody has to be the gayest, but everyone is a little bit gay, everyone is a little bit straight, so yeah. I don't know. But the more I looked at it, yep. Could the reason Tricia stayed in Tingen this long because of her partner was here? And observed the photo closely, realizing that the young man looked remarkably like Madame Sharon. His nearly transparent face grimaced in pain. He could no longer view that porno the same way as before. Come on, Klein. Come on. It's literally don't do that. I understand though. Collecting himself, Klein felt for the corners of the safe to see if they hid anything. Even though he couldn't pick up many papers in the current state, passing through the object was different. Feeling from passing through the air. The feeling was also different when passing through the objects of different densities. In this search, Klein suddenly froze. He found an empty space on the other side of the safe facing the wall, a hidden compartment. After confirming that there was no danger, Klein made his way inside, but entered his field of vision were ointments, fragrances, powdered herbs, other objects. Beyond their ingredients. Scar, noun, and scared verb. Yeah, but scarred. What about scarred? What entered this field of vision were ointments, yep. The centerpiece was a statue of a god that looked the form of a skeleton. Otemanus. The statue was about the size of his palm and probably of a beautiful girl. Had long hair and the way of its heels, each strand of hair was thick and clear, like a venomous snake. Ooh, like what's it called in Greek mythology. Situated at the tip of every strand of hair was eyes, some closed, others open. Klein was shocked. He caught a whiff of an evil scent and hurried out of the hidden compartment. He now understood why his divination of any secret rooms or partitions in the room had failed. Exactly! Damn! Double R is scarred. Okay. I don't know why that message didn't come up in YouTube chat, but I saw it in my OBS chat. I see. So scared. Spirit medium mirror. Oh! Okay. I wonder when Kenley is gonna come here with Don Smith. It was after this, right? God. Anyway. Fucking... Who has a naked painting of themselves in the room? Except for me. I mean, except for Sharon. Right? That was really interesting. Also, I like how Klein like lampooning to himself, like, oh, I could not imagine that porno the same way I had before. That's crazy. What a reveal, though. I mean, cannot wait for these reveals to be like more chilling because, you know, I have seen a donghua, but Volume 2, there is no donghua yet. It's gonna be more exciting, I guess. Anyway, let's go. Add and then chapter 196. Gonna pee and close the window, guys. Fenber, are you still here? Who gave up? Rare? R-I-R? Rare? Rare? I don't know what I'm saying. Losing control, guys. Spirit medium mirror. Spirit medium mirror. Let's go. What do you mean we have 11 viewers, by the way? Everyone fucked off to sleep? Klein rushed out of the heavy safe in the retreat only when he realized that everything seemed fine. They calmed down. The white bone statue is creepy. Although it isn't dangerous, it keeps in the creeps. Could it be a so-called primordial goddess, an evil god like the hidden sage, the dark side of the universe, or the true creator? Dark side of the universe is so fucking cool. Klein recalled his hunches about Madame Chiron as he suddenly understood what existence white bone statue might represent. Just as he thought, his spirituality stirred in an ominous promotion gripped him. Premonition. Klein quickly flew next to the window with complicated patterns and looked at the road outside. He saw a carriage driving towards the front gate under the light of the gas street lamps. Madame Chiron is back! Let's fucking go. That's scary though. There's a dog in his heartstrings as he finally understood the source of his ominous premonition. The illustration that Trissy only became woman after sequence 8 instigator, so she's most likely a sequence 7. And since Madame Chiron has been active in Ting and social circles for many years, she's most likely much stronger than Trissy, and his Klein didn't dare to take the risk of relying on his flaring sun charm and the Aussie copper whistle. Instead, he made the wise decision to leave. He had limited number of charms, plus he didn't know when he would be able to get the sealed artifact mirrored sun's emblem out again. Hence, if it wasn't a desperate situation, Klein didn't want to waste his most powerful charms. He'd also have the issue of explaining himself if he were to use it. Exactly. I'm wondering, probably has, but has Klein made up an excuse already when they do find out? I can't just tell Tan that a kind expert had happened to pass by and help me, right? No, he doesn't have an excuse. Okay. As for why he didn't want to use Ozzy's copper whistle, it was because Klein wasn't sure if the messenger that was summoned had the ability to fight. What if it just looked strong but only knew how to send letters? Exactly! That's what I mean, like, that's what I said also, like, in one of the streams. With that I discovered earlier, it should be sufficient for the Nighthawks team to take action. Why should I fight against Madame Chiron alone? We can only cank her. Fucking video game terms. Klein emphasized inwardly and then into his summoning. The swoosh returned alone about the grey fog and then quickly wrapped himself in spirituality and stimulated a rapid descent to return to his body in reality. He quickly put out the flame, put away the candle, he removed the wall of spirituality and left Madame Chiron's bedroom. He took the same path back but didn't have the time to reset the bolt on the balcony door. Oh fuck. That's how Madame Chiron is gonna realize. Sliding down the water pipe, Klein climbed over the wall which was opposite of the entrance of the house. He remained hidden until he reached the neighboring street. Then he hired the expensive night carriage to Suitland Street. Madame Chiron, who was beautiful in her black dress, still calling her beautiful after finding out she is on the assassin pathways, as saying, Klein, so nothing wrong viewing that porno that you were before. Slowly walked to the second floor. She dismissed her maidservants and opened the door to her bedroom. Her clear eyes suddenly concentrated on reflected fine threads that were almost transparent and unnoticeable. They didn't possess the luster of spirituality. They were like human hair that was pathologically changed. What the if one didn't already know their existence or have a pair of very special eyes, they wouldn't notice the strands. Oh wow. All those fine threads had torn and fallen to the ground. Madame Chiron squinted her eyes and directed her focus on the thick grey metal safe. Yeah, found out, Klein. What do you do now? Suitland Street, Blackthorn Security Company. Tan was reading the newspaper casually with his legs crossed. He looked at Klein, who appeared before his office door with a strange expression inside and said, "Weren't you supposed to slip into Madame Chiron's house to do the initial search? Did you encounter some other problem?" Klein seriously said, "Yes, I suspect that Madame Chiron is a member of the Demoness sect." "A member of the Demoness sect?" Lan lowered his newspaper and ruminated over the words. He then asked seriously, "What did you discover?" Lan didn't sit down. He leaned his body forward and supported his weight with his hands holding the edge of the work desk. First, I found a photo. There was a young man in the photo, but he looked very much like Madame Sharon. He would change into female clothing, put on makeup, and Photoshop a picture a little. He would look exactly like Madame Sharon. Klein held back his urge to lampoon. You just did lampoon! What do you mean held back the urge? Similar to Trissy, Don's eyes sparkled as he was enlightened. They had previously predicted that Trissy was most likely a member of the Demoness sect. Yes, Klein nodded on the mixed emotions as he continued. They used divination to discover that Madame Sharon has a white bone statue in hidden compartment in her safe. Extremely beautiful, if it's of an extremely beautiful woman, but her hair is very long to her ankles. Every single strand is as thick as feminine snake. On the tips, there were eyes. They looked rather creepy. Captain, is that the image of the primordial demoness? As his security clearance was insufficient, the information about the Demoness sect he could read was very limited. Don recalled and nodded with a serious expression and said, "That's the image of primordial Demoness. We have to take action immediately and seize control of Madame Sharon." Klein immediately agreed and said, "If Madame Sharon is a meat sequence beyond her from the Demoness sect, I have to assume that she'll be able to tell that someone had sneaked into her room." Then he suddenly felt puzzled and blurted, "Captain, why do the 7 Orthodox gods only have symbols with the actual image, while the evil gods that currently aware of have anthropomorphic appearances?" Interesting. It's like they don't want to show themselves because they would look too human, and then people would question their authority or something. That's what I think. The two creator and the primordial demoness are examples. Is this one of the differences between Orthodox and gods and evil gods? Why will there be such a difference? Klein added inwardly, but he wisely didn't say it out loud. That's one of the differences between Orthodox and evil gods. They wanna see I guess it's on purpose done about the churches. That's one of the differences between Orthodox and evil gods. Dunn gave a reasoning answer. Then he got up and walked towards the clothes rack. He said, "Let's not delay any further. I'm worried that Madame Sharon will run away." Then Dunn paused. "Go upstairs to get Kenley." "Aww. No, Kenley, with the three of us taking action together, we can apply for one seal artifact. Madame Sharon is very likely higher than Sequence 7 beyond her." "Captain, you're so wise," Klein answered without hesitation. "Alright." Then he asked curiously, "Captain, which seal artifact are you going to use?" Dunn weighed his words. I answered, 30217. As there weren't many seal artifacts behind Ting and City China's gate, Klein quickly remembered what Captain wanted to use. Number 0217. Name, Spirit Medium Mirror. Yep. Grade 3, considerable dangerous, used carefully, it can only be requested for operations that require 3 or more people. Official Nighthawks members are above, store in absolute darkness, the back of the mirror is displayed in mercury, in front of the mirror has 3 minor cracks. The very first investigator that looked in the mirror saw a sobbing girl with long hair, then he discovered the girl climbing out of the mirror. Ooh, creepy. From any experiments with the artifact, the image that reflected in the mirror is different from most of the time. Even if the same person uses it repeatedly, they will encounter different things in varying danger levels, but they will prioritize dealing with the person who looked at the mirror first. No, Kenley, don't look at the mirror. The most dangerous situation is to see oneself in the mirror. If no one looked in the mirror under the prerequisite of there being light, an image will surface automatically every 3 hours, if it doesn't possess any living traits. Remark, the mirror originally belonged to Spirit Medium and was a very ordinary mirror until one day, Spirit Medium committed suicide and looking into it. Oh, that Spirit Medium's soul probably is in there, right? Or not soul, but abilities. Indeed, that there are many seal artifacts behind Trinity Gate that can be used in Beyond the Battle. 30217 is a good choice. Klein didn't speak further as he immediately ran to the Nighthawk recreation room to get sleepless Kenny. Ah, poor Kenley. Not Kenny, Kenley, sorry. That night was Ral's turn to be on duty on Charles Gate. The night was off duty. Sika was patrolling areas like Raphael Cemetery, and the new member would only arrive on Sunday. Hence, Stan would only pick from Fry and Kenley, taking into consideration that Madame Sharon was from the Demoness sect and had little to do with dead spirits. He had opted for the latter. After a few minutes, Stan returned from the basement. He held a mirror that was tightly wrapped in a thick black cloth. Frankly speaking, if I didn't know beforehand, I will be able to tell if it's a mirror. None of it's exposed. I meant forward with a petite size Kenley. Petite size is crazy, by the way. That sounds sexual. You were in charge of using sealed artifact 30217 done past the mirror to Kenley. Upon seeing that, Klein suddenly realized that he was Sequence 8 beyond her and that he possessed the ability to fight head on. He would just hide in the side as support. Yeah, first time, Klein, first time. Man, I'm a little nervous. He touched the slumber charms in his pocket and made sure that he was well prepared. The only problem is that in order to make it easier to climb, I'm not bringing my cane. I can borrow Kenley's. He has the mirror in one hand and Ken in other. What should be sufficient? Amidst Klein's thoughts, the trio arrived downstairs and took the carriage to Osna Street. On the way there, Kenley looked at the sealed artifact 30217 to his hands, his side from the tension. This is the first time they've been involved in such dangerous operation. Normally the Nighthawks won't use any sealed artifacts to deal with beyond their incidents. When they went to Morristown, they had applied for the Mirrored Sun emblem for a preventative purposes. Given how far away Morristown was, it will take back up some time to arrive if they needed it. This time they were almost certain that their target was a meat sequence beyond her. Don't worry, perhaps Madame Shorn was already fled, Klein replied with a smile. Honestly, he was just as tense as Kenley. Dunn's eyes turned and looked at him helplessly. Let's try not to let Madame Shorn sleep. Good night, Becca. Also chat. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Where are you guys? You have to entertain me as well. I need to study tomorrow. Tomorrow is the finale and I'll be taking attendance, Becca. I'm just saying. About 20 minutes later, the three Nighthawks arrived at Osna Street. They saw the garden of Madame Sharon's house in darkness. The house lay in silence as though nothing had happened. Klein took out the pendulum in his left sleeve and made a quick divination. There's danger inside. There's danger inside. After he recited the statement 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw the topaz planet spinning clockwise. The amplitude and speed were considered medium level. If it meant there was it meant that there was danger in there. Not very high, but it was very low either. It is really high. Oh my god. Good night, Becca. Studying in the background. Oh, that's fine. I was just joking. Damn, I wonder if he would have chose... I mean... choosing Kenley also part of 008 though. Is choosing like a Fry, maybe Kenley wouldn't have died. I mean, it would be impossible for Kenley to die, but would have Fry died instead? I don't know. But yeah, we'll see now the fight, I guess. After this fight, I'm also ending. So if the fight is 2 chapters, then in 2 chapters, and tomorrow you're gonna read the finale. But let's go, 197 right now. Battle music time, by the way. Two fights in one stream. What the hell? What the hell, eh? Let's go, chat. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Operation. There's danger in there. Not very high, but wasn't very low either. This means that Madame Sharon is still in the building. She hasn't fled yet. Klein froze for a moment, quickly realizing the reason. He entered a unique state by summoning himself to inspect the safe. He hadn't forcefully broken the lock. Yeah, because Sharon is like, what the fuck happened? Broken the lock when he was inspecting the secret compartment, nor did he activate any hidden traps. Thus, Madame Sharon wouldn't have discovered that her secret had been exposed. She would only think that there was a break-in or some private investigator was checking on her to no avail. In such situation, it was logical that she would continue to stay home. It made logical sense. To lose composure from tiny matter and overreact wasn't Madame Sharon, whom Klein had come to understand. She was a calm socialite who had capable of acting afraid and pitiful, as well as a beyonder member of the demoness sect who had kept her identity hidden for many years. If the telephone had been invented, Madame Sharon definitely would have called one of her lovers and complained about the security in the city, while hinting that it was Madame Maynard. Klein began imagining a melodramatic plot. Not the time right now! Not the time! Klein, what are you doing? He told Tan and Kenley the result. He told Tan and Kenley the result of his divination as well as his guess. It's the most reasonable deduction. Done pressed down on his hat as he looked at the second floor of Madame Chiron's apartment. There's no need for us to rush in. Why? Kenley was holding Silla Defect 30217. I instinctively asked. Kenley is also very inexperienced. He was filled with fear towards the spirit medium mirror in his hands. He was afraid that some unexpected event would arise from the seal artifact. Can't blame you. Dunn wore his black gloves and looked at Klein. Do you still remember what happened we tried to capture and investigate Trissy? I remember, Klein replied over some thought. She seemed to be able to detect our presence and make the necessary responses, which resulted in her successful escape. I also remember suggesting to use bombarding the house when Captain asked how I would deal with the situation. That was the safest, most surefire method, but not this time. We can't use it here as there are many innocent maids in Madame Sharon's house. If we notified them in advance and got them to evacuate, they will definitely catch Madame Sharon's attention. Exactly. And the Leonard Trissy could turn invincible. I like that Klein. Klein is not taking doing collateral damage, because fuck that. Because that's the most horrible thing ever. Like, oh, whatever. We killed innocent people, but we got the bad guy. That's so fucked up. You have to assume that Madame Sharon has the ability too. Klein connected thoughts at once. Don looked at the crimson moon in the sky and said, "Good, your answer is very good. You are rather intuitive in such situations. We cannot approach recklessly and end up alarming Madame Sharon. I'll try dragging her into a dream for a distance. If I'm successful, you and Kenley will go and capture her. Well, you can make the decision of whether to kill her or not." Oof. Kill her if you cannot control her. Your safety is utmost importance. Captain, your line of thought is always so clear in such critical moments. I was just waiting for you to say that, Klein praised in his heart. Damn. Over the months, Klein had grasped most of the unique traits of the different beyonder powers of his partners when he casually chatting with Don, Leonard, Fry and the rest. Amongst those, Don Smith was nightmare, could freely enter dreams of sleeping person even though he was at home or at the Blackthorn Series Company. Yeah, I know. But like it's not like foolproof, and against higher sequence beyonders it doesn't work very well. Kenley, you and Kenley go capture. Well, you can make this, wait. Yeah, but how did it was a secret of his own sequence, and Klein didn't ask about it too deeply. The ability to drag someone into a dream and limited range and was normally used during direct confrontations, but Klein had once heard the captain say that the ability also had certain effect when used within a 100-meter radius, but he needed time to complete the process. He couldn't do it instantly, for the process was similar to coaxing a child to sleep. At that moment, Don was going to drag Madame Sharon into sleeping state a little at a time. After completing the first stages of the restraint, is going to create the most opportunistic conditions for Klein and Kenley. Alright, Kenley was also rather accepting of the captain's plan. Without any more chatter, Don leaned on the corner of the wall and shut his eyes. He put his hands together and lowered his head. His black trench coat and silk hat blended into the night. In the opulent bedroom, Madame Sharon was leaning on her comfortable rocking chair, completely naked. Her fair and excellent figure was completely exposed. Holy, okay. She sometimes turned her head towards the full-length mirror to admire her charming self. Narcissistic, bro. As she looked, her face full flush red and tears welled in her eyes. What? Her expression emitted a strange tenderness amidst her stupor. Damn, okay. She still likes herself. The skeletal statue of the goddess was sitting on the table beside her. The thick strands of hair seemed tenfold under the warm pink light. Slowly, the frequency in which Madame Sharon looked into the mirror decreased bit by bit. Her eyelids couldn't help but droop. Oh, because of Smith. Seconds in the minutes when Klein suddenly recalled something. How was the captain going to notify Kenley and himself after he successfully dragged Madame Sharon into a dream? Madame Sharon would wake up if the captain left his nightmare state. Why would, Don Smith not communicate that? Klein looked at the worried Kenley pacing around and... Sorry. I wonder if the captain was capable of giving hand signals while dreaming at the same time. Klein looked at the worried Kenley pacing around and intended to discuss with him in order to distract him. At that moment, his mind turned to blur. He saw a giant crimson moon as well as Captain Don Smith in his black trench coat under the moon. There was also the short Kenley expression dazed. Oh man, that's Aura, by the way. Klein realized that he was dreaming. Yeah, that will make sense, right? this is a way of signify as well. I've been tracking to the dream by the captain, so that's how he was going to notify us. He wanted to facepalm himself, but couldn't only maintain his trance-like state while saying muddle-headedly, Captain. Then nodded slightly and said, Madame Chiron has entered the dream. You can take action now. He then emphasized, remember to be careful and don't be too reckless. He rather missed the opportunity to take unwarranted risks. Just as he finished the sentence, the words before a client chattered. His eyes reflected Dunn Smith again. He was still at the corner of the wall, looking down with his hands clenched tightly into fists. Damn. Other side was Kenley, who had stopped pacing about, also opened his eyes. The duo exchanged looks and nodded. Both of them entered the state to execute their operation. Even though this was the first time Kenley was participating in a relatively dangerous mission, he was still more experienced than Klein. He then had many official missions, so he quickly adjusted his mental state and becoming calm and sharp. Okay, so Kenley is a little bit more experienced, but Klein is stronger, of course. Of course, this could also be attributed to the augmentation of Knight had on Sleepless. There's also one of the reasons Dunn had chosen Kenley over Fry for this operation. Oh. Let's go. As sequence 8, Klein took a role of the leader, signaling for his partner to follow. Kenley didn't object. He gripped the tightly wrapped mirror and softened his footsteps as he followed. Klein led him to the place where he scaled off the wall previously, grabbed onto the crevices of the wall and made it to the top wall with little effort. He maintained his ridiculous sense of balance and turned around, bending down and grabbing the spirit medium mirror Kenley had tossed over. The moment he touched the mirror, Klein felt his spiritual perception tighten suddenly. It was as if what was covered by the black cloth wasn't a mirror but a door to some unknown dangerous alternative world. Is it really an artifact 3, by the way? Sequence 3 artifact? Crate 3, sorry, not sequence 3, crate 3. Indeed, any item that requires healing has some malefic side to it, Klein internally muttered to himself wistfully as he watched Klein scale the wall. While the facility movement, Kenley had placed Kane beside Stan. Klein didn't dwell on the matter. After making their way through the garden on the side of the building, he climbed the pipe up to the balcony on the second floor, just as he did before. He then hung naturally from his feet, allowing his body to fall, once again taking Seal Artifact 30271. Kenley looked at him, puzzled, but immediately nodded his head in enlightenment. At that moment, Klein was shocked by his own actions, exerted a force using his wrist, and the support of his left hand. He easily flipped over. What happened just now? What did I move like that? It felt so unnatural. It felt so natural. Oh my god, Aura. It's still like he's covering stuff about his body, you know. Is it the ability of a clown? He thought back and felt that he was able to better display the unique characteristics of clown in actual practice. Waiting for Kenley to easily make his way up. Also, why I think acting as a clown is more like a circus clown is because, you know, the abilities are very like agile and like clown like, you know what I mean? Because, you know, you can interpret clown in many ways. After waiting for Klein to make his way up, Klein had handed the spirit medium mirror back to him before pulling open the unlocked door of his balcony. Kenley carefully pulled away the black cloth wrapped around sealed artifact T0271. He pointed at the object mirror side down, reflecting tiles on the ground. No, Kenley, no! One of the rulers of the spirit medium mirror was not use it on yourself or your partners. After putting it away, the black cloth Kenley took out his revolver and followed behind Klein. Careful. They made their way past the corridor towards Madame Sharon's bedroom. Their footsteps, like, also she's naked. Klein filled his rated revolver, and while activating spirit vision, he reached out the door handle with his left hand. He didn't dare to be careless, since his divination told him that there will be a danger present. The reason why he didn't make another quick divination was that he knew the presence of primordial demoness statue in the room. At this distance, the divination would definitely be interrupted. He knew that there was no way for him to get clear answers without relying on Grey Fog's obstruction. Furthermore, with Kenley beside him, there was no way for him to enter mysterious space. After pushing open the door, what entered Klein's and Kenley's field of vision was the warm light from the gas lamp. Then they saw Madame Chiron slumped over her chair, as well as her alluring body. However, Madame Chiron wasn't asleep. She was reclined in her chair with a faint smile across her mouth, looking straight at... Oh my god, that's scary though. That's so fucking scary. Across her mouth, looking straight at her two visitors. Instinctively, Kenley flipped his palm and pointed the spirit medium mirror at Madame Chiron. Klein first froze and exclaimed, "No!" He didn't remember there was a full-length mirror on the other side of the chair. But it wasn't there now. Spirit medium mirror had locked onto Madame Chiron in just a second, but that image of Madame Chiron became blurry before turning to full-length mirror. Why are you lolling? Why are you laughing at Kinley's demise, man? Kanye looked at himself in the mirror and also saw Effect 30271 reflecting his own image. A figure instantly appeared within the spirit medium mirror. It was the expressionless, sinister image of Kenley himself. Klein felt his limbs turn rigid as if he had been tangled by invisible threads. An elegant figure appeared beside full-length mirror. It was Madame Chiron wearing a nightgown. Now she put on clothes. Oh, I guess that was also mirror image, so the naked one wasn't really her. But still, Rip Kenley, man. She glanced at the two intruders and chuckled. If it wasn't for the fact that the statue happened to be beside me, I should be deep asleep now, waiting for you to wake up with a kiss. So the statue undid the nightmare. I told you it's not reliable. At that moment, Klein suddenly started a simple term in ancient Hermes, crimson. He had no idea when he dug up his left palm into his pocket, definitely flicked his finger and tossed out a slumber charm. Anyway. Cool chapter. Not really. I think Kenley is gonna face his demise and then we're gonna see the fight end and also see Tan Smith nom on Kenley's body. We read 13 chapters. Tomorrow I'm gonna do a 5-hour stream and read 15 chapters, and we're finishing tomorrow. I'm finishing volume 1 tomorrow. And like I said, I will be taking attendance. I will mark down absent people. And then when I see those absent people, I will ask them why they missed the finale. And if you don't have a good explanation, I'll ban you. Okay? Anyway. Wow, that was one hell of a stream. We're gonna do 5-hour one tomorrow. The test will do day after tomorrow. I think I think Masters has done the test already, right? Like, is the test ready for me to take? Maybe we can do it tomorrow after the stream, maybe on Sunday. Anyway, bye bye. Thank you for coming. See ya. It was cool.